Bom dia a todos, a todas presentes. Quem está online também, bom dia.
So for those online, good morning. We're moving on to the second day of the Fortaleza 26 Forum. This is a very interesting and dynamic program that we will be working with today. I also wanted to thank our sponsors, Voice Corp and Connectway. Thank you very much. To kick off today's activities, I wanted to invite Décio Coraça, and he will talk to us about interconnection, advanced technologies, redefining our scale.
Olá, bom dia a todos e todas. É prazer enorme
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here participating in the Fortaleza IX Forum and also to be able to talk about a very important topic, which is related to advanced interconnection technology, especially those that are related to the data center environment and around it. So I'm going to start my presentation by provoking you a bit. In this context of data centers, what are the problems we're trying to solve? We try to solve problems related to energy consumption, how we can provide more efficiency in this context, and also how we can solve problems related to the environment. Today, more than ever, phase play of the components who are part of the connectivity in and around that data centers become very relevant. Another question, which is very important and must be answered, has to do with the transmission and connectivity rate and the distances as well. What distances are we talking about inside data centers, around it, and among different regions? Another important aspect, spectral efficiency, and how we can best use this important asset, which is the optic fiber. Another important topic, operational simplicity. So these are important issues such as speed, operation, and management of this environment. And there is a very important inflection point caused by artificial intelligence. And then we can see this topic in this context and to what extent artificial intelligence has pushed the technological limits to other levels. So we have GPT, Llama, Gemini, GP6, for example. Also, energy consumption. And we're talking about processing capacity and how this capacity is reflected within the data center infrastructure. Also, of course, another important aspect, which is connectivity and how we can implement connectivity within this context of connectivity demand, and traffic. As a result of this significant growth with the training of the large language models, of course, we have energy consumption. Data centers move in the direction of where energy is available. This is an important aspect. Now, regarding the large language models, and the training process of the models, oftentimes this training process cannot be done in a single data center and it must be distributed. We have data centers within the same area or data centers located in different regions. Once again, Connectivity is an important topic. With that, we have a demand for technological evolution and progress. We talk about artificial intelligence and consider what the impact is in Brazil and our region. There's no doubt that AI is defining new parameters, new architectures, and technologies that are replicated to our context. Yes or yes, we will see these concepts and all of these technologies replicated over time. I will start talking about the data center technology evolution and the main axis that involve the construction of the data center architecture. The main challenge is connecting all of the components, the infrastructure, storage infrastructure in the same rack in the same data center. So this is a challenge. How can this connectivity within a same rack can become more efficient, consuming less energy? We also have concepts that take into account distances of 10 meters. When we talk about scale out, the objective is to connect racks within a data center. Once again, we have connectivity challenges in capacity, performance, energy consumption, faceplate, as I mentioned in the beginning, within a distance concept, 1 kilometer or more or less. Also, scale across. This is when we, in fact, connect different data centers among different regions, and we're talking about distances in the order of kilometers, up to 10,000 kilometers sometimes. So once again, we have challenges related to this technology. In this context, in the slide, we can see the different technologies that are used. In the scale up and the cables with different connectivity solutions, we have seen and we have evaluated and have very important perspectives of scalability so that we can meet the needs of scalability, taking into account energy consumption, and for scale out, the IMBs are traditionally the solution adopted, but we can also see a significant trend to adopt a CPO, the C package optics, and the coherent plug already advancing as a possible solution for the scale out challenge. And then we are talking about better performances, which are required to cover distances to meet the capacity needs. And then we have higher capacity transponders. Just as an example, this is an interesting example in Australia. We can compare at least the plugs with transponders in high performance. They cover long distances for interconnection between two data centers. And two alternatives that are evaluated. The first one is a coherent pluggable transceiver. In this specific context, we can obtain 23.2 terabits per second with 29 plugs adopted with 800 gigas per second, compared to a high-performance transponder reaching 27 terabits per second, 16% more capacity when we use high-performance transponders using 27 lambdas, which occupy 162 gigahertz. And then once again, going back to my first provocation and my first slide is what problem are we trying to solve here? In the first solution adopted with the plugs, we're definitely solving problems related to energy consumption and the space that is occupied with coherent plugs. And if we are to use the second solution, the high performance transponders, we would be definitely solving problems related to spectral efficiency, and there is no doubt that high performance transponders are the solution in this case. So it's good to keep in mind, for the sake of planning, what problems are we trying to solve, and then moving on, plugs in general have helped us solve different issues. It is the best combination between energy consumption and space. The network is simpler, and it opens the ecosystem for multi-vendors. We have no doubts about this. This is something rather consolidated today. We have evaluated what comes after that. We have perspectives to move on with technological solutions with the 1600 ZR Plus with 200 gigas, with higher capacity rates and longer distances supported with a spectral efficiency very close to the 800 gigas we have today. And already using innovations and technologies which were implemented by high performance transponders. So we do have a significant benefit and a very important perspective of evolution. But new limits are being faced. When we talk about the plugs, we have new scale limits, be it in density and energy consumption, which I mentioned as a provocation, but these are important. As routers increase their capacity 102 or 204 terabits per second, we have to deal with other issues related to the phase place density involved in this solution. 32 OSFPs or operating unit, which is very important. It's an important issue to be solved. And then we also have the consumption. How can we deal with the high consumption of energy when we scale to this level? Two important issues. We do believe in the co-packaged optics to increase density and be able to provide more connection in this environment with CPOs and plugs of up 6.4 terabits per second with 32 by 200 gigs per lane. And I will later show you to what extent it affects energy consumption. Another important aspect is that we should work with XPO of 8 or 12.8 terabits per second. So from the point of view of technology development, these are relevant topics that we've worked with, and the industry has worked very actively to improve these technologies. Another important aspect in this environment of artificial intelligence with a bottleneck. So what is a beachfront? Which I included here in my slide, the beachfront bottleneck. What is it? It is the bottleneck called by GPUs, and as their capacity grows, we have a bottleneck, which is the GPU's connectivity, so that they can communicate within the same rack with the other processing modules of artificial intelligence. So we have the I/O per chip. How can we overcome this scalability by means of this evolution, this massive evolution of capacity. And traditionally, we have the plugs. These plugs traditionally involve consumption of about 30 watts in this solution. And this is an alternative, or has been an alternative. And one of the possible evolutions is the inner pluggable optics. And then we reduce energy consumption and reducing the connectivity distance allowed. But it's an important benefit, and this benefit is the use of the CPO, the co-packaged optics, where you can connect the different components directly in the beachfront, in other words, in the I/O, with significant benefits in terms of connectivity, capacity, and above all, reduction of energy consumption with a decrease of 75, 80% in energy consumption, which is very relevant in this connectivity context. I am sharing these examples so that you can have an idea of the size and the technological evolution promoted by AI, or actually even forced the industry to evolve within this context. Another relevant aspect is related to the way we interconnect within the scale across of the different connection models of data centers, be it within a campus or among data centers. We use limits traditionally, or pluggables. I'm giving you an example of the pluggables used for interconnection within the scale across. Here we have 128 400 gigas pluggables to illuminate the fiber thoroughly, or 64 800 gigas plugs, but there's a limit to the level they can scale up. If we're talking about hundreds of pairs of fibers among data centers, which is an actual scale, we have to consider other alternatives. One of them is the full spectrum transponder. The idea here is that we can optimize the components, optimize the way we implement and illuminate the fiber totally. In other words, we illuminate the whole fiber. And we can also attach a transponder with all of the optical signs and deliver only one pair of fibers for the transmission system. Of course, this also causes a simplification in terms of planning and in the point of view of energy consumption. With that, we almost even go back to the gray plugs and the transponders in general because they have significant benefits. I will also detail this later on. And then, based on everything, we do have some consumption modes of technologies. Traditionally, we have the plugs. In the first example, we have the traditional plugs being adopted, or in a transportation sledge, in an optical transponder, and then being used directly as a host. This was the first alternative, the first attempt to optimize this technological evolution. And then we have the advance implemented by the CPOs and the NPOs, where we have a transponder or a sled, which implements the coherent plugs. And then at the same time, it has to deal with the phase space because of the massive demands of connectivity with the CPOs and NPOs, and then a third alternative where we have the XPOs as possible interconnection modes of a transponder or a transponder sled to a router, or the XPOs used directly in the routers, and this would be the third consumption mode. Then we have a fourth one, already using the full spectrum transponders, connecting to the routers by means of CPO cables or plugs and NPOs, or even the modules that can be integrated in the router or in the suites of these structures. This is very important in terms of solving this scalability issue and energy consumption and all of the complexity that comes along with it. So these solutions, where we have these examples of the traditional coherent optics and the XPOs with cooling solutions and even the full spectrum transponders alone or as part of a solution for routers. And then next, we go to the photonic layer. We have to find solutions to scale up in this context of massive scalability. Today and traditionally, we have the WDM system. When we talk about scale across, we need it, and we have seen cases where we need sites that amplify this. Now, imagine if we have an order of bettabits, 20 between two data centers to be connected at a regional level. How many amplifiers in multiple routes, pairs of fibers, will be illuminated totally, and how many we will need to be able to meet this very high traffic demand, and how we can solve this issue. And one of the solutions we are developing and that we can see the technology and the market advancing is to solve this. We have called them as hyperrail because it has a very high capacity to concentrate or condense the architecture to decrease consumption and decrease the operational complexity involved here. So you can see that within all of the dimensions, we have different dimensions trying to provide more benefits, be it spectral, energy consumption, area used within this context. It's important to be talking about this so we can understand to what extent technological evolution will impact the architecture and the development of this connectivity among different data centers. And here we have a very interesting example. We show the combination of the two technologies, a spectrum transponder, I mentioned it before, and a hyper-rail solution. In the beginning of the presentation, I show you the traditional systems where we have 4 TWM systems illuminating 4 pairs of fibers. We have the terminal shown with the DWDM acronym, and then we have this line amplifiers of the WDM system. And then the transponders, in this case, we have 2 wavelengths connected to each one of them. The first step for optimization uses hyperway, where we optimize the infrastructure along the way. The second optimization step, where we have the hyperrail infrastructure brought into the terminal so that we have a possibility to optimize the terminal. And then the fourth step is the combination of the full spectrum transponders connected to each and every one of the hyperrails, therefore removing all of this complexity of the WDM system with a significant reduction in terms of connectivity. So in the other example I gave you above, we can have a DWDM system, all four of them. And then in the last option, when we have had all of the technological evolution, we're working with 4 pairs of fibers.
So we're talking about power consumption, capacity, and reduction of your operating capacity. This is extremely important to how we enable this and how we manage such type of operation considering this massive traffic. Now, in closing my presentation, the best architecture will depend on requirements. So which requirements are we trying to solve? If we're talking about power efficiency, certainly the pluggables represent a potential great solution. If we're talking about spectral efficiency, high performance transponders will address that. If we're discussing thermal and density limits, certainly solutions such as CPO and liquid cooling will help us. And if we're talking about deployment velocity, deployment efficiency, then full fiber systems or systems that address the entire capacity of fibers, such as full spectrum transponders and hyperrails, will also represent a solution, which means that multiple architectures will coexist as networks that are designed for different bottlenecks. So this is what I'd like to share with you. I'd like to thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm available to entertain any questions you may have. Thank you.
Obrigado, Décio. A gente tem.
Thank you, Decio.
Calma, a gente tem o tempo para perguntas ainda.
We do have time for questions.
Tem perguntas aqui, presenciais.
Do we have any questions here from the audience? I don't know if there are any questions from the audience online.
Categoria que você
Okay.
tem.
Então, nós temos uma pergunta aqui do Valber José.
There's a question from Valber José. I know that he's talking about traditional data center, but now we have to think about data centers out in the space. So what you discussed, would that make sense if you have a data center out in the space? Well, I have no information about data centers out in space, but I think that we can certainly tap on that idea. Perhaps because of reduction or thermal control. But I don't have that. I don't have an answer for you. But perhaps there are studies being conducted. And we also need to think about, we still have some room for terrestrial databases. While you think about other questions, let me ask you one question. I believe that what you just shared is part of a concept in which it's already understood that when you have AI, you're talking about a large-scale project. So you're going to buy systems, so you're going to need X petabytes per second of communication. By watching your presentation, I thought
A
about this
gente,
project
o
as if we're
pessoal
talking
do
about
ED
Formula One race.
da rede, nós
But
dirigimos
for
carros
us,
normais,
we
né?
just drive
Então, se a gente
regular
pudesse falar um
cars.
pouquinho, né, o quanto desse mundo hyperscale, né,
Can
a
you
gente
tell
vai
us how
poder
much of this
aproveitar,
hyperscale world
porque óbvio,
can
falar
help us
transponder full
driving the regular
spectrum
cars? And when you
para a
talk about a
gente
full spectrum transponder, for
ainda
example,
gostaríamos de chegar nisso, mas a gente
we
ainda
wish we
está
could have
longe.
it, but
Eu acho que
we're
a sua
still far
pergunta
from
ela
that.
é, ela é excelente, né? Porque a gente tenta sempre
Excellent
tangibilizar com o
question.
nosso, com o nosso mercado, com as nossas
We
aplicações
certainly
reais, né?
need to think about
Mas
local
você fez um
market
paralelo bem
and
importante, bem interessante
local
com a Fórmula 1,
applications.
né?
But you
Quantas
mentioned the Formula One
inovações a
racing.
própria Fórmula 1 trouxe, né? E
How
eles estão
much
lá no
innovation was
topo, vamos dizer assim, da
introduced
evolução
by the
tecnológica
Formula
e
One
que
racing teams? They're
paulatinamente foram
certainly
introduzidas,
at
né,
the
nos
top, but
automóveis que
they
hoje
were
nós
slowly
utilizamos, né?
introduced
A gente fala de câmbio
into
automático, a
our
gente fala
cars.
de,
We
né?
talk
Então
about,
são
for
vários
example,
exemplos que a gente poderia
the
trazer. Direção
automatic
eletrônica,
transmission
controle de
gear,
direção,
electronic
tudo isso hoje faz
injection,
parte
so many
dos nossos
things that
automóveis,
today
e que
are
isso tudo
part of
veio,
our
né, obviamente,
of
essas
the cars we
evoluções vieram
drive,
dadas
and
por essa, vamos dizer assim, por essa evolução massiva que foi necessária
that
para atender a esse tipo de
came
aplicação.
to us
Com a inteligência
after
artificial, né,
being
no meu
used in Formula
entendimento,
One
passa
racing.
exatamente a
So,
mesma coisa.
with
Nós temos
regards to what I
assim, ó, um
mentioned,
outro paralelo que eu posso fazer é sobre a corrida espacial, né?
another
Quanta
analogy
evolução
I can make is
tecnológica a
about
corrida
the
espacial
space
também
race.
trouxe, né, para os mercados, seja em
How much
comunicação, em
new technology
materiais,
was
em tecnologias
introduced
diversas,
by
né, que
space
foram depois
technology?
incorporadas em outros mercados,
So they were
em
first
outras
used in
aplicações.
that
Eu vejo a inteligência artificial
scenario,
nesse
and
contexto
today
que eu estava
they are being
mostrando,
applied
várias
in
delas,
other
né? Então, a
areas.
evolução das tecnologias ópticas
So when you
coerentes,
talk
ela
about
está sendo
the coherent
forçada para
optic
outros
technologies,
limites, né? A própria
now they
conectividade, o
are
desenvolvimento de conectores,
being
de, por exemplo,
discussing
CPO,
other
packet
contexts. For
optics, por
example, when
exemplo,
you
né? Quando a
talk
gente
about
fala de
CPO package optics,
gargalos, de
when we talk
faceplates, de
about
roteadores, a gente já está vendo
routers
isso praticamente.
bottlenecks, we are
Então, a gente precisa
already
resolver essas questões. O
experienced that,
CPO
and we
acaba
need to
sendo uma
solve that.
solução praticamente para hoje,
And
em muitas
CPO
situações,
is
hoje
a
aqui no Brasil. Né?
solution
O packet
that
optics hoje ele traz uma
can
solução
benefit
bastante
us
importante de
today.
escalabilidade, de
We
conectividade,
provide
precisamente
a good
praticamente para hoje. Né?
scalability
Então, eu
solution,
não vejo isso como
and
muito
that can be applied
distante
today. So
do
I
nosso
don't see
segmento. E
that
mais do que
too
tudo,
far
pela
away from
questão
our
de
reality.
arquitetura, de
And above
contexto,
all, we
de
need to talk
conceito,
about
de como essas
architecture,
infraestruturas
context,
de
and
data center
concept.
passam a ser construídas daqui para frente,
So
pensando do
how
ponto de
are
vista
we going to
arquitetural.
build
Né? Essas
these
arquiteturas, como comentei, o scale
structures
out, scale
considering
up, scale
its
across,
architecture,
como que
scale
toda
up,
essa
scale
arquitetura está
across?
sendo montada e como ela pode ser
How
replicada
is this
em menor
architecture being
escala, em média
designed, and
escala ou em
how it
grande
can
escala,
be
como
then
dirá, né,
applied, be
para
it in
outros
small,
segmentos,
mid,
seja um
and
data
large
center
scale
do
using
tipo A,
AI,
tipo
be
B,
it
tipo C, enfim,
a
mas que
type A,
realmente
type
vai
B, or
demandar, ou já
type
pensado, tem que
C
ser
data
pensado, né,
center. But
de
we
acordo
need
com essa
to start
arquitetura.
thinking about it right now.
Obrigado.
Respondi a tua pergunta?
Thank you. I hope I have answered your
Mais
question.
alguma pergunta
Are
aqui?
there any other questions from
Remota
the audience or
também.
online, please?
Vamos fazer
No?
mais uma
Okay,
pergunta.
so I have one more question.
Essa acho que é talvez um pouco mais complicada. Não sei se você vai responder, mas
I
vai ser na
don't
sua
know
opinião.
if
Então, assim,
you
a
have the
gente
answer,
vê
but
esse
I'd like to hear
movimento, né?
your
Você trouxe
take on
aqui
that.
um crescimento
You
tecnológico
talked
enorme
about
que está sendo
this
feito num
huge
tempo super
technology
curto.
advancement that took place in a very
Aí,
short period of
acho que a
time.
dúvida que eu tenho e que muita gente
And the
tem
question I have, and
isso
perhaps
vai durar
many
quanto
other
tempo,
people
né?
have, is how long
Esse
will that
hype aí
last?
de inteligência artificial, de
This
investimentos
AI hype,
monstruosos
this
seja em data
gargantuous
center,
investment, be
em
it in
tudo que vai
data
dentro do data
center
center,
or
na
in everything that
conectividade,
goes
né?
inside of
É um
that
investimento
data center
brutal
or
que a gente não sabe
connectivity.
ainda.
It's
Eu
a
não sei,
massive
não sei se as empresas
investment.
que estão fazendo o investimento
And
sabem
I
se
don't
quando
know,
vai
and
ser o
I don't
retorno
know
desse
if
investimento
companies that are investing
para a
know
indústria,
anything
né?
about return on investment.
Como que se vê isso, né?
But
Quer dizer, que
for the
estão
industry,
acelerando
how
muito o
does the
desenvolvimento, vão
industry
criar
see
umas
that? I
tecnologias
see that you are
e
evolving
depois,
very
né? Quer
quickly.
dizer,
Many
o que que você
technologies
imagina que vai acontecer?
are being developed, but what's
Excelente
going to
pergunta.
happen
Não sei
next?
também se eu vou ter a resposta
Excellent
precisa,
question.
e acho que
I'm
ninguém tem
not
essa
sure
resposta
I have
precisa, né?
the
Mas o que nós
right
temos visto,
answer,
primeiro, né? Os
but what we have
investimentos
seen
são
is
massivos,
that,
como você comentou,
as you
são
mentioned,
reais, né?
there is massive
E
investment. That's true.
envolvem, de fato, né, todo um ecossistema, né, que está
And they
sendo
involve
desenvolvido
an entire
e que está em
ecosystem that's being
estágio
developed,
relativamente inicial,
and
né?
that
A gente
right
pode
now is at
imaginar, né, que
its
dentro desse
early
contexto
stages. So we can think that the process of using it and applying it, although we have been discussing AI for decades, it is becoming much more tangible today. But there is still a great deal to grow. So what we have seen in the industry is that this process of building infrastructure, massive technology development will continue for some 6, 7 years. This is what we believe it's going to happen. Considering adoption and use, we're talking about agent, AIs, so AI agents. So today we're talking about agentic AI. So today we're talking about new language models, the scalers, which are the newcomers that are using AI or determining some language models for specific applications for the industry, and how much application can the industry then apply and use. So to me, we have already reached the point of no return. So I'd say that even more than 7 years, we are now at the beginning of this growing curve.
Ninguém tem pergunta, eu vou fazer mais uma.
Well, if there are no other questions, I have one more for you.
Uma consequência
I believe that a consequence of such massive investment, in order to provide a return, it needs to reach us, consumers. We, consumers, will actually produce return on investment. Do you have any idea of what we can expect when we're talking about interconnection, when we have AI in our pockets, when we have AI on our day-to-day? So what do you see? Well, AI is already in our pockets. We are already using many AI tools, many actually, as end users. At companies, we are already also using it in our day-to-day. AI is part of our day-to-day. And the growing use of AI, using, for example, video generation, video assessment, also in many other aspects, they also demand structure, processing, and inferences. So this is a growing curve. I don't really see us going back to what we had. So I see increased demand for infrastructure, local data center. We're talking about latency, connectivity, multiple clouds being interconnected for different actions, be it for storage, fine-tuning, inference, or even for training purposes. So for specific language models. And we, as end users, we are also embracing that as we learn or as we get in touch with AI agents and how we use them. So I believe I don't see that as a hype. I see that as an adoption trend, just as a tool. So once you get in touch with a tool and once you learn how much they can help you on your day-to-day, you will not be able to live without using them. Just as we use the internet today, an extremely relevant tool at home, right? And the AI is also being used. Well, I see AI still emerging. Well, thank you very much, Décio. This is your coin. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Décio, once again.
Bom, dando continuidade aqui à
Now
nossa
let's continue.
programação. É, na lista aqui agora eu queria convidar o Ricardo Patara.
I'd like to
O Gilberto
invite
levantou que ele é
Ricardo
próximo, eu achei
Patara.
que ele vinha para cá.
Gilberto stood
O
up. I
Patara
thought
vai
he was
fazer
going to
um
come
update para
here,
a
but
gente aí das atividades do
Patara will
registro.
give us an update on register.br. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be here and to share some information with you. Some of them have already been shared on our forum that took place in December, but just some important update. Let me see if I can. I have my slides here. Okay, so I work at IX.br, and at IX.br there are some departments, Register BR, and then we also have IX.br, and we have the role of then assigning the SN and others to Brazilian. So this registration is carried out together with LACNI that does this to Latin America and Brazil. And the Registro BR already had that role, as well as the organizations that came before us. And when LACNIC was then recognized, we continued doing that here in Brazil. So update on internet numbering. So at the end of last year, and that's something that happens constantly, sometimes there are questions at LACNIC, and as part of that agreement, the policies that are approved, policies or rules, and one of them is this contacts of abuse. So the email that are assigned are valid. So we will then so any report so that we can really handle a report. So we need to make sure that that message reaches somebody, a person. And this is then automatically validated every 2 years. And when there is an issue, we need them to reinitiate this validation. So that email address will receive a message and a link that they are supposed to click on in order to validate that email address is still uh, working. So right now we have 80%, 87% of contacts validated. Here you can see the curve over time. There are some drops because the validation process, they started in June of 2021, if I'm not mistaken. So every 2 years, so from 2021, we started to actually check that. So you see some drop, but then it becomes stable. So validation is just this email that is sent. The person needs to click on that to validate that address. And if there are no issues, only after 2 years we will have to run the validation again. Now, as for ASN allocations, so we have more than 9,000, which is very expressive, relevant. So we know how important this is for Brazil. And here you can see the volume per year. In 2020, we actually reached the peak We almost used up PV4. And that we see there was this increase in ASN allocations. You can see that the average for the last 4 years is 260 allocations. 260 providers coming into this world. Numbers for 2026, so far 67, to date 67. And when you compare it to 2025, we see a 60% increase. We don't know exactly why, but this is what we see. Now for IPv6 allocation, just very similar to ASN allocation. And what we see is that a very important piece of information, 98% then of Brazilian autonomous systems already have an IPv6. So you can see the average also very similar to 173 in the last 4 years after we had that exhaustion of IPv4. And here you can see 60% growth January to March of 2025 and what we have for these years. Another important chart is that inside LACNIC, when we go over the classification of organizations, we have a small, medium, large providers and users. And you can see we have a relevant number that are still considered micro, and they account for more than 60% of the entire spectrum of providers. So when it comes to allocation, it also portrays what we see in our life. So internet being provided by small providers in Brazil. But I like to say that 96% of them within micro already have IPv6, which means that these micro providers, they are reaching the country and they are already offering IPv6. A relevant piece of information that I find also interesting vis-a-vis some presentations we had yesterday. So ASN allocations, because that also reflect IPv6 allocations. And here we focused on Fortaleza and the state of Ceará. So you can see there was a growth around 2020. We can also be explained by the use of IPv4. So the way I see it is that we have companies located in Fortaleza that are responsible for these numbers here in Fortaleza, Ceará. But perhaps it's not only because of the IPv4 exhaustion, just also some of the charts. And here you can see that somehow this is very similar to the participants we have on the on IX. IX also had an impact in the number of providers considering ASN.
And now talking about IPv6, it's important for us to discuss this. First of all, we have the allocation and over 98% of providers with a IPv6 allocation. Regarding the use, we've already gone beyond our limits, and then after that, we take everything into account, and we've reached 54%. This graph represents the measurement of the accesses that come to us, but they're not very different from others we see. And if I'm not mistaken, I have this other one which shows access and services here in Brazil. Uh, well, we have long ways to go, and I will continue. Also, something I had not discussed in December 25, but I am discussing with you here now, and Gilberto will do it immediately after. It is related to security. RPKI, creating certificates for announcements and demonstrate who is entitled to do it. It is cryptographed. We already have 38% of the title owners with an enabled RPKI. We've grown. We can compare the results to 25. It's important to highlight that what I'm measuring here are areas where we already have the RPKI enabled, and this does not correspond to 38% of them. And I would like to remind you that if we take into account volumes, coverage, the volume is higher. And now talking about validation alone, or start validating these routes or publishing these certificates. And this graph here is a tool of a system that validates 45% of this IP area in the region already has the route certificates enabled. And this does not vary a lot for IPv4 and IPv6. To the left, you have IPv6 and then IPv4, but they're very similar, and this is very good. Almost half of the allocated space in Brazil will have some certificate to guarantee that they are correct. And now, to conclude, for IPv4, we have to talk about the way we receive IPv4 with IX.br or IX Mexico. Every institution that receives IPv6 has the option to wait in a line. It's a regional line, not only for Brazil. So they're all in the same queue according to the order of requests. We have a huge amount of entities waiting. This is the graph for IPv4. It is released here in this line, and the trend is for us to have less addresses being recovered and consequently less being redistributed. And here, as I mentioned, we have more requests waiting in line, and we need to have more than 1 million IP addresses recovered. And for you to have one idea, what was approved in December 25 refers to less than 1% of what is waiting in line. Then on the other hand, the transfer has increased. IPv4 transfer is a rule that has come. And then in 2020, and they will not be transferred. So we have growth of over 39% when we compare it 24 and 25. And then I thought we had a graph with the volumes. This is very interesting. There is some concern, and at a point in time, there was a concern that this policy, this rule, would allow for a large number of addresses would leave Brazil going to other regions. But this is not the case. Over 70% of the addresses left to Brazilian organizations and moved to other Brazilian organizations. This is an interesting trend. There are other regions that do something similar. They write articles trying to determine why, but legal issues and language-related issues also lead these institutions to going to another Brazilian institution. But this graph shows that a good part, or the vast majority, remain in Brazil. Also, I wanted to mention something we mentioned in December, the next LACNIC event, this organization which distributes resources here in the region, has an opportunity for these discussions. As I mentioned, we have validation, transfers. It is discussed within LACNIC, and the next LACNIC will be held in May. I would also like to call your attention because of the venue of the event and the dates have changed. For geopolitical reasons, the meeting is going to be held in Panama and moved up 2 weeks. So it will now be held in May 25, 28. In the QR code, you have the website with further information. Registrations are already open. And I think this is it. I thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, please let me know. We're available to answer questions and comments. Do we have any questions? This is Daniel. My question is, how can we improve these transfer processes? In Brazil, we have a consolidation of the market where the providers that are consolidated are making different purchases. And when that happens, when we have these acquisitions, we must have a resource transfer, but they are already allocated to the ASP. But this process, I think that in my point of view, is very bureaucratic. And I saw part of it in your graph. It's somehow bureaucratic. Could we improve this process, especially in regards what is happening in the market and the movement in the market? Brazil is consolidating. Every day we see acquisitions of providers, and then the resources must be transferred to them because the resources already allocated. And sometimes we're questioned about that because there is a parallel market, large operators where they don't do it, they sell prefixes. There are two important aspects. The graph I showed you talks about a transfer modality for IPv4 only, where it does not involve the need to demonstrate there was a business operation among the companies. And we have the infrastructure of the provider and the client portfolio. What I showed you, this is not part of the scenario I showed you. And then we can see that whatever is left will have an impact on IPv4, and those who will be on the receiving end justify the need. This is basically it, and the process is very agile. The scenario you mentioned is a little bit more bureaucratic, in fact. It involves a need to analyze documents. We need it for audit purposes. We need to have all of the documentation available. Those who bought the provider do that, in fact, and we have tried to speed up this process, but we still have all of these steps. We need to ask for documents. Providers often do not have the document available, and this is done among partners, and they end up not recording it. We do need to have some record, but the provider will have to do it. We've tried to speed it up. It's important to record it. It is our interest that providers come to us and inform us that the address is no longer with a certain company, but rather with a different company. We have some online questions as well. A quick question. When you showed the distribution of the allocations, I saw that about 12% is a micro, small, and IPv6. I wanted you to comment a little about this because it's interesting to know what these companies are. Yeah, this is very interesting. We do not have an IPv4 to distribute. There are advantages. Large part of content developers and streamings are also there, and they do have IPv6. A large part of the traffic that reach these IPv6 providers, and I would say that 70 to 75% of the incoming traffic has some advantages. So we have IPv6 allocations, and these providers are considered as small and IPv6 zone. This is a different category that was created within the scope of LACNIC. There's a cost involved. This special cost could end before 2030 according to LACNIC's rules. But it's different because the costs are different. Okay, so you've explained why. 12% is a significant number. I have a comment. Yesterday, when I was talking to providers in the region, they commented that being present in Fortaleza and being present in São Paulo, the IPv6 traffic in São Paulo is basically zeroed out because it takes over other traffics. And this is regarding Julio's comment about IPv6 zone. Well, curiously enough, we can see that there is one CDN that delivers IPv4 and IPv6 here in Fortaleza, and in São Paulo, only IPv4. And we will have to work around that. Oh, thank you very much. And here is your golden token. Thank you very much. And then we have Zorello, who will make an update of the IG Plus project. I will increase the sound here. Good morning. I am the coordinator of a project. I coordinate many others, and this is the title. And the idea here is to update the program. It's been developed since 2018 and is in contact with the operators, the providers, for the implementation of the best practices. There's a series
So I'm going to share the update about Brazil and the Northeast. This is the website of the program, so Safer Internet. You're going to find best practices, also safe setups, so not to keep doors open, also kindness, and the best practices. Most of them will also receive a Brink seal. So just as a reminder, we are working with the Brint for developing this seal, and also what we have discussed include the program topics. You will be able to see that later on with more details. So what we want is to reduce the DOS attacks, to improve routing safety, to reduce vulnerabilities, also configuration failures, and also to create also to generate this culture. So here on the left-hand side, as you can see attacks, and there are many actions that NIC actually develops and implements. So there is not a single action that is carried out by one specific area from NIC, but many others. So we have also the talks and lectures we give to providers, for example. I work as a consultant so that we can also develop KPIs. We identify providers that have more doors open. So we work together. We work very closely with providers in order to reduce such issues. And I'd like to share some numbers. Nothing will change overnight, but you will see that we have evolved. We have a group that handles reported incidents that happen in the internet, and there is still a lot to be done. So the first dimension is about the configuration of services exposed on the internet. Well, we know that the one attack can actually spread to some other networks. So you see that the most used ports are UDP, DNS, SNMP, MTP, and many others. And the CERT then will generate notifications. And so that providers receive such notifications and that they can act as quickly as possible on these issues. So this is the number of IP addresses that have been notified. So in 2018, you can see the number 746,000, and currently you can see the numbers here, the 114. So there was a decrease by 84, and our goal is to end the year with less than 100,000. So which are the most exposed type of services? CERT, CERT-BR, they offer 19 services, and the ones that receive most notifications are the NTP, then SNMP, and DNS. And also for providers, SNP, and DNS. MTP, large operators. So based on the type of services that they provide. So these are the current numbers we have for Brazil. And the idea is also to provide a number for this region. So for this presentation, I then focused on the northeast part of Brazil. You can see here the numbers per state of the northeast. We can see that we have a larger number in the state of Bahia, and here in Ceará, 368 AS. I'm talking about those that have been registered. And here the same chart for Brazil, but now specifically for this region. So you can see that 21,000 out of those 114 are here in Brazil. That means that we still have a lot to be done here. So 25% of doors open in this region. And they can then generate some attacks. Another best practices, another actions of authentication, access monitoring system, the registry or records. This is really the basics, and this is what should be implemented in every single network. And you can find more information about them in our document here. You can see the reference here. Another best practice is manners. Manners presents 4 recommendations that have been proposed by the Internet Society. And because of the BGP, it's important that you add a layer, an additional layer, in order to enhance security of a routing. That's the idea underlying manners. So you also need to implement some filters, such as the anti-spoofing. And also, you need to take care of IRR, peering DB, and also no contact points. So this is what manners guide us to do, right? To also take care of the announcements that you send and that you receive. So you need to implement a filter so that you do not, that you're not a target of hijacking. Anti-spoofing filter is also very important, especially for avoiding some DNS attacks. Here we have an invasion of your network, and then they will get packages, right? So you need to implement filters and to avoid this traffic coming out of your network, because they can then, they will use resources from your network. So this anti-spoofing filter is very important. Action number 3 involves contact points. So manners go over the PIN, and they use NOC engineering, and it allows you to report some security issues. Patara mentioned validation earlier. So the registry will validate contact points. We're talking about peering DB at the registry baseline that lies at Ruiz, routing the owner, just as Patara mentioned. So just to check if we get an answer from that, and also to make sure that everything is being handled. And whenever a notification is sent, a report is also sent saying that you cannot reach that network. Because when they send an email, they receive an error message, and this is reported. And when I talk to providers, I also include that. So every time I talk to providers, they tell me about the issue, then they get in touch with CRT, run a test, and oftentimes the problem is solved. Sometimes it's an internal routing issue of emails or anti-spam filters. So this is another point. Everything in order to meet the recommendation by manners. It's very important that you have a contact. So internet security depends on this communication between providers. This type of meeting, for example, is to promote contact. All the network that we encourage here with those activities is in order to enhance contact. So internet security is carried out by talking to each other. It's important to have a very clear contact point. This is what we'd like to share with you. Here's some numbers for the region. So we have 2405 ASs here in the northeast. And this is a situation also when we have this validation notification is sent and there was no response. So then we have this status of pending status. So 197 AS that did not respond to that email. And if they do not respond, it will go into a blockage status. And that generates a severe penalty. But and here you can see that there is a 92 with a blocked status. So that means that there are companies that are not responding to the email, and 19 that are not able or that did not receive the notifications from the CERT for the region, as I mentioned. So when you go back to your company, please check to see if your company is receiving such emails. It's very important that you pay attention to that. Communication is extremely important for internet security. And also, when we talk about the routing policy for registration, this is another tool from Manners. So we'd like to invite companies that implement the best practices of Manners to become a participant. So the Internet Routing Registry. And that will allow you to have the seal of a company that is concerned about security. You can have that on your website. And then use this tool called Manners Observatory. So these are data from Brazil. First column refers to incidents generated by Brazilian AS. Then, which are responsible for such incidents. Then, how many are in IRR, Internet Routing Registry, and how many are in the RPKI? And why is good to have this kind of information? Because if you are a manners member, you can check the dashboard and check to see if you have implemented such actions. Perhaps because of configuration error, you may be doing something you were not aware of. And there is also another piece of information that they call manners readiness. So regarding these best practices. And again, for this region, you can see more than 2,300 were identified here. And you can also see that there are incidents. And the next slide, you can see the same quadrants, but you can see the charts over time. And this is found at Manners Observatory. So you can see the number of incidents that is going down. This is for Brazil. So the number of participants responsible for such attacks is also dropping. And IRR, we can see we have a good number, but our PKI around 50%. This is for the region. So very similarly, you can see that there is a drop, but not as sharp as in Brazil. And this for IRR and RPKI, very similar. This is the number of participants in Brazil, 28%, as you can see, right? Who participates in manners? I'd like to invite you to become a participant. This is very, very important. It's important for you and it's important for the internet. And the last best practice is kindness, which are the best practices for DNS and naming security. This is given by ICON, and it will validate then DNS replies. And also we have the authoritative configuration. So they have best practices of how you should have that implemented in the networks. This is the idea behind kindness. And we also have a tool. It's a web tool. It's a free of charge. And you can use it in order to run many tests. So in green, you just enter the domain and then you trigger the test. If you go to the website top.nic.br, you can run the test. So you enter the domain and that will trigger the test. So just to check if your website complies with best security patterns. So you can talk to your client via your email. So in blue, you can test if your email has been set up according to the best security practices. And the third is about connectivity. So you check if the network you're using, and many of you are probably using Wi-Fi here in this event. So you can check if this network is secure. This is extremely important. So when the provider enables a service, it's interesting to check if these best practices have been implemented. This tool will provide you with a score and also provides you with a technical report of everything that has been tested. It's very comprehensive and very interesting. This is a KPI that I have developed when testing the connectivity. it will check if the DNS is validating DNSSEC. And approximately 75% of the tests done using this tool, they reach a score that ranges from 80 to 100%. So this is given per AS per year. What we see is that many networks, they implement it, but there is still room for improvement. So 25%, as we can see. What we also see here is that sometimes some validated DNSSEC, but whereas some others don't. So I think that's important that you run this kind of assessment as well. So these are the seals from manners. Kindness also provide you with a seal as well as top. The idea is that when you have the seal, it means that you're complying with these best practices. And this is very good from the commercial standpoint. And as I mentioned, I'm available to have a meeting with you in order for you to adopt these best practices. We provide you with a report, a monthly report. And layer 8, there is a Camada 8 actually, right? This is Camada 8, it's a podcast from IX.br. We also have the support of all these organizations. And this is my contact, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Or we can also talk during the coffee break, lunch break. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience to Gilberto?
Gilberto, thank you very much. This is your token. Thank you. So now we're going to break for coffee for 20 minutes, and we will be back at 10:50. This coffee break is sponsored by domainregistries.br.
Pessoal, vamos retomar aqui as atividades do
So we're
segundo
going to
dia do
resume our
Fórum
activities
Fortaleza
for the second day
2026.
of the Fortaleza IX Forum
Aqui na nossa
26.
programação, gostaria de
In
convidar
our program,
o
I would
Leonardo
like
Merolin,
to invite
que é do
Leonardo
CETIC do
Merolins.
IX.br.
He is from
Ele
the CITIC,
vai estar
IX.br,
falando sobre a TIC Provedores e o
and
estudo
he
de
will
data
talk
centers.
about
Por favor.
TIC providers and a study on data centers.
Tá certo. Bom, pessoal, bom dia.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am Leonardo. I am part of a IX.br's department called CETIC, which creates indicators and obtains or gathers statistical data. I will share two studies with you. They are related to this conversation. TIC providers, which was added in December last year, and also show some advances of this trial, which is the mapping of data centers in Brazil. So we have concluded the one on providers. It may be that you've even been included in this presentation, for which I thank you. And then we will discuss the methodology based on a publication of December last year. I will then focus on the region, not necessarily here in Fortaleza, but in the Northeast region, which is when we can provide some data. I'm having a hard time changing slides. There we go. So CETIC is a department of IX.br. It concluded a 6 year of statistical data in over 25 domiciles in Brazil. They are related to the access structure and what people do with the internet. We had a large seminar last year to celebrate the 20 years. Basically, we have these surveys. I also work in another one called tech companies where we're mapping digital economy in Brazil, providing information on the use of AI, the Internet of Things, but also in this more basic aspect of infrastructure. Everything we produce is shared in our website, ctech.br. Beautiful presentations, everything is available, and I invite you to be part of this community. We receive your feedback on data, assets, and we can also work with a special processing if required, and we're open for discussion. I will more specifically talk about the tech providers whose methodology is the following. Basically, we obtain a sample of providers, people who have licenses, and we ask them different things. I will focus on some of them here. But what is most important is that to develop this registry, we use Anatel's registry and also registries or information we obtain by our tax revenue agency. Afterwards, when this is ready, we talk to the providers that are in fact active, but not necessarily all of them are access providers. And then we screen the information and try to obtain information. In last year's sample, we had 4,024 companies. This is our sample. When we obtain an estimate, we will have a universe, a large universe, and we will discuss about it here in the Northeast. So, we have a questionnaire, we discuss it with the associations, they are part of our group of specialists, and we try to listen to what is being said and comply with the demands being made. We used the 24 data, but this was obtained last year. And I think that with that, we have information that have to do with information we discussed, especially in the first part of the session. We do have information that may shed some light on what it is and what is happening in the provider market here in Brazil. Unfortunately, some people have already left, but I thank you for the interest. It's available in PDF. All you have to do is download it. And then I will discuss the consolidation, because one of the things we've discussed in the report is that perhaps tech providers 24 data truly indicates some aspect of consolidation. And if you look at it in the beginning, when we make our comparisons after 2017, in 2017, we consolidated a pattern which was used until 24. So we had originally 3,092 and then moved on to 7,000. And we, from 7,006, we jumped up to 11,630. So in 24, we had 11,854. Anatel's report back then was using this number, 11,854. These are companies that are in fact operating. Now, regarding what I mentioned yesterday or earlier about consolidation, from 2020 on, I would like to call your attention to the lower part of the graph. 2020, 2022, in blue we have the Southeast, and then in the line below we have the Northeast. This reduction in the increase of the number of providers, we can see that there was a de-acceleration in these numbers. It happened in the Southeast and also here in the Northeast. A lot of what we see regarding consolidation, I think that data shows that this might be an effect of what is happening in this market in the Southeast and in the Northeast. If I'm not mistaken, the pace of growth was even higher here. It has a lot to do with what we were discussing previously. This smaller number is more concentrated and will lead to higher competition and a true competition for clients in the region. What the slide shows is that this has to do with the size of the companies. This growth that we can see happens because of micro and small companies. The market in 2020 had over 50% of micro companies. In 22, it went down to 46%. So there was a reduction in the number of micro companies, and this is also seen in 24 and the same level. These companies played a big role in the market. We saw a reduction and see an increase in the size of mid-size and large companies. They dialogue well, and we did see a reduction in the number of micro companies. Another aspect that has to do with greater competition are those dots which indicates growth above the error margin. What we see is an increase in the number of companies that offered access to the internet, to the basic services, of course, but there was a series of services reaching 35% of the companies. I would like to call your attention to the internet security services provided. In other words, we might be talking about a market where companies are diversified, and I would like to call your attention to the changes observed, especially in the Northeast and Southeast. Now, regarding the IX share, we focused more specifically on whether the market participates or not on IPX, and we can see that 43% of the providers are in IX. In total, we have 35 and 31 close to the general average. And then here we also ask the provider, and the provider may be transferred, and we reach 34% of providers in IX. And only 3% of them participate in IX, and this is very important for all providers, but I would like to call your attention on the Northeast and Southeast with the largest numbers of companies in IX. This was mentioned before. Our results converge. Most of the providers that we work with, I don't know whether those mic companies were indeed micro companies as we refer to them now, but there was an increase in the deliveries of IPv6. We went from 64% of providers to 72% of the providers delivering IPv6. And this also has to do with clients' experience access and a need to diversify services. But it also has a relationship with Batar. I think that Batar has better explained this slide. But perhaps I think that we can include a greater concern of our clients trying to provide better services. We grew as a whole. We didn't have any different movements or actions in the region, but it's very important to demonstrate stability. Here in the Northeast, since 22, 76% of the companies deliver in IPv6. This was maintained in 24, and this growth in the South and Southeast are seen, but in general, for Brazil, we are above the margin. In the regions, this is maintained. In other words, this is very interesting result, demonstrating that companies are in fact improving their services. And in this slide, where we ask about the challenges, we can see that over time, these changes go away. And this is an excellent indication. What I wanted to show you now is something that is irrelevant for this new moment in the provider market, especially the one I mentioned in the beginning on our estimated number of companies. And in fact, over time, the figures were maintained, concluding the acceleration we can see from 2020 to 2024, where we did have growth above the margin. Another thing which is related to what we've been discussing, and it has to do with mapping of the digital structure. This is a project focused not on data centers alone, but on what the required infrastructures are for all of the applications, and they were extensively discussed. The main focus now is on data centers. This study was published last year in December. It proposes this methodology for the mapping of data centers, and it is available for download if you're interested. Basically, the idea resulted from an internal analysis trying to reorganize the number of data centers in Brazil, keeping in mind numbers that were discussed by different sources. This was one of the purposes. First, so let's create a registry and try to understand where they are, how they survive, and then move on to other steps of the research, which I will discuss later on. And so the overall idea, where it was a landmark for digital infrastructure that would enable digital transformation, a very broad object. And then we start with the data centers, and then there's a specific question. With the installed capacity of these data centers, energy, storage, among others, we have discussed this in our headquarters in São Paulo with representatives of the sector, the government, the academia, to determine how many data centers we have, where they are, and then we move on to the idea of using or having this universe. How are we going to define a data center? How does it work? So all questions are asked. We moved on to all of the registries with different conversations. We participate in events, but basically, as I mentioned before, this wasn't even data mining, but we just gathered information, used triangulations to try to reach a universe of data centers. Here to be data map, and on the other hand, we moved on to certifications. All of the data centers that are included, or in the case of IMDD, we triangulated, removed overlapping, and reached 465 units and data centers. So we can get there in a large campus. We know who is actually there. And then after that, we tried to screen the information, and we are likely to get to a number of 465 data center units. But what we're still doing, and actually we are about to conclude, is using different confirmations of this registry with different sources, energy, so that we can feed it in an automated manner with official data. What can we do with what we have in mind? This is a map. It's not easy to see, but we know where they are. And this is an important first step. Then we have more. Then we know where the data centers are located, but we can get to this level of information right now. We're working, for example, in trying to improve this information so that we can have a map that looks more or less like this. This is the concentration of the locations of the data centers. We know exactly where the data center is located. So I was talking about Fortaleza. We know where this concentration is. And then, according to what I was discussing, this is not so far from the region. Then we have Recife, Salvador, where they are concentrated. And this is no secret. We all know that. But based on the 465, we confirmed other information. We know that we're talking about data centers, and we will try to classify them in the second step of the research, and we will base ourselves on an approximate number. We've been able to classify the data centers. It's important for us to know how they are classified in different data centers. Depending on the cities, we will organize this type of information. We will perform partial analysis. Once we have the zip code and once we improve this registry. But the most interesting thing of all is that based on the identifications made, we can detect this data center in the energy market, and we can track what is spent, all based on data, how much is reserved and how much is spent. Also, based on the tax ID of the company, we can relate this information with statistical data, some kind of economic statistics available. So the idea was first to map, and then we will feed this registry. It is very robust. We are running with approximately 400 data centers. And then we also have public data centers. And they're not commercial ones, as Peter showed. We tried to expand the data centers of universities. And now we will move on to our census with all of the information available on the use of energy, the impact of these data centers. We are halfway through this project. We have more to share. Perhaps by December in the next IX Forum, we'll be able to show what we've done with this universe. This is it. That is available. Everything is available at ICT's website. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Leonardo. Are there questions for you? Online questions. Okay, so we do have a question here from the audience.
Tem uma pergunta aqui do Valber José.
From Valber José.
Não é uma dúvida, é mais
It's
uma
not
provocação.
actually a
Porque
question,
temos no
but
Ceará grandes provedores de computação, não
why is
temos, no
that
caso,
we
grandes provedores de
don't
computação
have
em nuvem, como a
major
Google Cloud, etc.
AWS,
Já que temos uma
Google,
grande
and
concentração de
Azure
parques
in the
submarinos,
Northeast, considering we
latência
have
boa para Estados Unidos e
good
Europa,
latency for
e um
Europe and
potencial
the
enorme de
US,
geração de energia
or we
renovável,
have the
celeiro de
cables,
excelentes
also
profissionais.
renewable energy, and good professionals.
A resposta, os nossos dados aqui não nos permitem avançar sobre isso. Eu acho que
Our
ontem nós tivemos
data does not
apresentações que
allow me
debatem
to
isso.
answer
No
your
caso das
question. We
empresas
don't have enough
citadas, tem
data
aquelas
to
zonas
answer
de
that.
nuvem, que
We
são
have that
importantes que eles
cloud
colocam. Então, assim,
areas
o que a gente
that was discussed
posso
yesterday.
tentar relacionar aqui
What I can
em
try
termos de
to
números de data
say
center, eu
is that
concordo, a gente
regarding the
conseguiu
number of data
23 aqui,
centers, I
como eu
agree.
mostrei, no
There are
Ceará, então tem uma infraestrutura ali
23 in
bem
the state of Ceará,
robusta
which means that there is a
e todos, a
robust
maior parte em
infrastructure.
Fortaleza, a gente conseguiu
And most
mapeá-los
of
assim
them
agora
are
do
located
porquê são
in
decisões das
Fortaleza.
empresas, enfim, tem
But
toda uma questão
why?
também do
That's up to the
histórico que a gente
companies.
discutiu ontem também.
And it's
Aí são várias
also
coisas. Eu não posso
because
avançar
of the
muito
history
aqui, a
that
não
we
ser do que a
discussed
gente já
yesterday.
mostrou, mas o que a gente mostrou até agora, dos nossos
What
dados, é que, em
our
termos de
data
infraestrutura, a região,
shows
e
that
sobretudo
regarding
aqui,
infrastructure,
Fortaleza está muito
the
bem
region,
servida. A gente
specifically
conseguiu mapear
Fortaleza,
isso bem.
is
Então,
in a
vou
very
ficar
good
devendo uma
position.
resposta mais
So I
incisiva,
apologize
mas é isso que
because
a
I
gente tem para
really
mostrar aqui.
can't answer your question.
Eduardo Parajo, da Branet. Leonardo,
Eduardo
eu vi
from
que vocês estão
Abernethy.
usando algumas bases públicas para fazer o
I
levantamento,
see that
MDB,
you're
essas coisas todas.
using
E as
some
empresas?
public
As
data.
empresas hoje que
What
têm
about companies?
construído os data centers, eles têm colaborado
Companies
também com
that are
vocês nesse
developing
sentido de
data
dar as
centers,
informações?
are they
Porque a gente vê
supporting
que tem
you? Are they
muitos
sharing
projetos que estão
information?
encaminhados, vamos
What
dizer
we
assim, né?
find is
Ou
that
pelo
there are
menos
many
desenhados,
projects
e
that
talvez
have
ainda
been
não estejam
designed,
na
and
informação. Isso está
perhaps
acontecendo, essa
you
colaboração?
did
Tá.
not get
A
that piece of
gente, na nossa
information, or
reunião de
did you?
planejamento, algumas empresas estavam
During our
presentes, as
planning
associações
meeting, we
também,
had some companies
que as empresas
participating
compõem
in it.
também. A gente vai precisar da ajuda deles agora, né? Que a gente vai
We will need
partir
their
para o
support right
censo,
now,
então, né,
because
a
now we will carry
sensibilização
out
para
a
responder as
census.
perguntas,
So we
para
need
abrir
their
as
help
portas para que a gente chegue lá para
in
conversar.
answering
A
the
partir desse momento
questions.
agora, a
But
gente
it starts
vai
now.
ser um pouco mais incisivo ali com eles.
And
Mas se até o
then
momento
we will
participaram,
have
estão
another
ajudando aí, está sendo
conversation
super
with them. But
interessante,
they
está sendo
have
uma
been
troca bem
supporting us. And
interessante
I
até
can tell
agora.
you that it's been a
Eles
very
ajudaram
nice
a
exchange of
algum
information.
tipo de cadastro também,
They have
ajudaram a
also
direcionar
helped
algumas
us with some
pessoas que podem
lists.
nos
They have
ajudar
also
a compor o
helped
questionário que a gente
us
vai
in identifying some
elaborar para
people
fazer
that
o censo.
can
Então,
help us
está
in
tudo
developing the
correndo bem até
questionnaire
agora.
for the census.
Obrigado, Paraj.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Leonardo.
Thank you very, very much, Leonardo. So this is your token. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Bom, dando sequência à nossa
Okay, so
programação,
now
agora a
let's
gente vai ter
continue.
painel
Now we will hold a
denominado
panel
AFC,
session
uma nova oportunidade de espectro
called
Wi-Fi para provedores. Então,
AFC, a
inicialmente,
new
quero convidar o
opportunity
Gilberto
for the
Zorello, que vai
Wi-Fi
estar
spectrum for providers.
moderando esse
So let me
painel para
invite
algumas
Gilberto Zorello.
explicações
He will
iniciais
be the
aí, depois a gente dá
moderator of this
continuidade.
session.
Pessoal, novamente aqui no palco, outro tema, né? Eu
Okay.
falei, né? São alguns projetos que a gente coordena.
As I mentioned,
Agora eu vou falar
we
sobre o
coordinate some
AFC,
projects.
né?
And now let's
Que
talk
é
about
coordenação automatizada
AFC,
de frequência. Tá?
which
A
means
ideia
the
é
automated
possibilitar o uso
frequency
da faixa de
coordination.
frequência 6
So
GHz
the idea
para
is
uso
to make this
Wi-Fi, né?
6
6 GHz para
gigahertz
uso outdoor.
for
Tá?
Wi-Fi
Então,
use.
esse é o tema aqui do nosso painel dessa manhã.
So this
Então,
is the
pessoal, é o
issue we are
seguinte,
going to
desde
discuss right now.
2022, o
So since
INC.br tem
2022,
fomentado
IX.br
projetos para
has
conceituar,
fostered
implementar e
projects
validar
in order to
tecnologias de
implement and
acesso dinâmico e
validate
espectro, como o
technologies with a
TVWS, vocês viram a
broad
apresentação
spectrum.
ontem,
Just as
e
we
hoje o
saw a
AFC.
presentation yesterday, and
Nós
today
vamos
we're talking
conversar
about
aqui.
AFC.
Já foram desenvolvidas 4 fases do projeto,
So
tá? Inicialmente
four
com o TVWS, agora
parts
com
of
o
the
AFC
project
também.
have already been
Entrando agora
developed,
na fase 5,
and now
que
we
se
are
alinha
moving
com uma
towards
visão
phase
do
5,
ITU para arcabouço
and that's
tecnológico das
aligned
telecomunicações
to the
mundiais
vision
para
of
o ano de
worldwide
2030, o IMT
telco for
2030.
2030.
Dentro desse arcabouço, inclusão digital,
Within that framework,
conectar
we
os
have
conectados,
digital
tá?
inclusion,
Com o TVWS, chegar a essas
connect
regiões
and
remotas,
connected.
conectar essas
So
pessoas que estão
how
nessas
to
regiões,
connect people in
utilizando
remote
tecnologias
areas
de acesso de baixo
by
custo,
using
reuso de
low-cost
espectro ocioso,
technologies. Also
que
the
está em
use of
linha com os princípios
idle
de
spectrum,
sustentabilidade,
which is aligned to
em que prover
sustainability
conectividade para regiões
and
rurais
in
remotas é amplamente
providing
favorecida.
connectivity to
Estudos de
rural and
coexistência
remote
que
areas.
demonstrem
Study and
as melhores e
coexistence
mais
that
eficientes formas de
demonstrate
uso do espectro
best
eletromagnético.
use of the electromagnetic range with efficiency. So IX.br has invested in that, not only from the technical and scientific standpoint, but considering that's also strategic for Brazilian communication. In this forum, we have then designed two technologies. We had one yesterday by Professor Luciano Mendes, and now this panel about AFC, which is necessary for using the outdoor 6 gigahertz spectrum. So I'd like to invite Professor Rodrigo Cavalcanti from the Federal University of the State of Ceará. He leads the team that is examining AFC. Maximiano Martinhão from Qualcomm, Sidney Nisi from the Telecommunications Agency, Anatel, and Eduardo Parajo from Abranet. And the idea is to have the academia to explain the technology, the regulation, in order to discuss where we stand with regards to that here in Brazil. Then the manufacturer, so that they can tell what is going on abroad, and one of the providers association, which is a user, in order to implement solutions about this issue. So the idea of this panel is to discuss AFC, to provide information about this new technology. And I don't know if you are aware or not, but the idea is to discuss this new technology, how to use it in Brazil. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation. I'd like to start by asking Professor Rodrigo Cavalcanti for his presentation about the technology. Then we'll have Sidney from the regulatory agency, and then we'll have the discussions, which will be extremely interesting.
Bom dia, pessoal.
Good morning, everyone.
Então, agradecer aqui ao IX.br pelo
I'd
convite.
like to start by thanking IX.br for the invitation. It's always a great pleasure to participate in the IX Forum, be it in Fortaleza or in São Paulo, to discuss new technologies in this field. I was asked to give an introduction about this subject,
permitir que a audiência que nos acompanha aqui presencialmente ou
so that the audience
possa compreender, né, os conceitos básicos desse tema e também
the basics
o objetivo também é colocar alguns pontos
issue,
aqui que paute também a nossa discussão aqui no painel com
to share some points that will be discussed later on,
respectivas áreas de domínio, seja regulação,
be it regulation,
fabricantes de
providers,
né?
manufacturers.
Geral, e também alguns pontos
so I'll give you an overview and also
relevantes para discussão. Então,
what the academia finds important to be discussed. I'm Rodrigo Porto from the Federal University of Ceará, and we have a group studying this subject.
Então, vou falar pouquinho.
So I'm going to talk to you very briefly about Wi-Fi 7,
substrato, né, tecnológico
which
básico em cima
is
do qual
the basic substrate on top of which AFC will be implemented. Then an overview, what's new, how it works,
e conclusões.
and then discussion and conclusions. So as for Wi-Fi 7, it is the latest Wi-Fi
que o
generation.
programa de certificação da Wi-Fi Alliance foi formalizado.
It was formalized by the
Avanços
Wi-Fi
substanciais em
Alliance,
relação às gerações
and also
anteriores, né? Nós estamos vendo aí
with
em relação à capacidade teórica de pico,
relevant
que no Wi-Fi 7 pode
progress
chegar a algumas
vis-à-vis previous
dezenas de gigabits, né, por
Wi-Fi.
segundo.
You can get
Isso em
gigabits
parte se
per
dá
second,
devido à possibilidade de canais ultra
and that's
largos, né?
because
A
we
gente lembrar que
have
nós começamos
ultra
com
broad
canais de 20
channels.
MHz lá
We
nos
started
Wi-Fi
with
4,
20
né?
megahertz
Então
with
podemos ir até
Wi-Fi 4,
320
and we can go
MHz.
now up to
Agora, para
320
isso precisa de banda,
megahertz.
né?
But
Você
we
chegar a
need a
320 MHz, você
band
precisa de
for
banda
that. In order
para
to reach
usufruir dessa largura de
320
banda tão
megahertz, we need a
favorável,
band.
né? Esquemas de modulação
Also,
bastante elevados, né?
modulation
4.096
that
QAM,
is high,
múltiplas antenas,
40,
tecnologia
96
MIMO,
QAM, also the
possibilidade de
inclusion
coordenar múltiplas
of
bandas, né? Então
MIMO
essa tecnologia que vai
techniques, and
funcionar em
also the inclusion
2.4,
of
em 5
multiple bands. So
e em
this will
6
work at
GHz. É
2.4
possível,
and
inclusive,
up to
coordenar o uso
6
dessas múltiplas bandas de forma
gigahertz,
simultânea.
and also how to coordinate these different bands
Melhorias de segurança, que é
to
sempre importante,
improve also
WPA3.
security,
E aí a novidade
WPA3,
que nos
and
traz
what
hoje
is
juntos aqui nesse
new,
painel.
which
Possibilidade
bring
de uma
us together the
operação outdoor
possibility of
com
having an
potência mais
outdoor
alta do que aquilo
operation,
que a regulação hoje
and
para os
above
dispositivos tradicionais de Wi-Fi
what
permite.
has
Indo
been
até
established by the
36
current
dBm,
regulation.
né?
So going
Estamos
up to
falando aí mais ou menos de
36
4 watts.
dBm. We're talking about 4
Mas para
watts.
usar essa potência,
But in order to
mais
reach
elevada,
that,
é preciso
it's
está
important
condicionada a existência de um sistema de
that
coordenação.
we
Eu vou
have a
explicar por quê. Então,
coordination system, and I'll
é
explain
necessário
why.
sistema adicional
So
que
we
vai
need an
conversar com esses
additional
access
system
points
that will
que
talk
querem
to
utilizar
such
em Wi-Fi
access
7 essa
points
potência que a gente chama de
that
standard power.
want to
Bom,
benefit from the Wi-Fi 7, or
então esse
what
é
we
o
call
ponto. Então eu
standard
trago aqui uma
power.
definição, né?
So I bring you
Coordenação
a
automatizada de frequência é
definition.
sistema
So
inteligente.
AFC is a
Ele tem uma certa
smart
autonomia,
system.
o
So
nível de
it is
configuração
autonomous
manual é mínimo,
to a
né?
certain extent.
Projetado para viabilizar o
It's
uso
designed in
compartilhado do
order to
espectro da faixa de
enable
6
shared
GHz.
use of the
Então ele não é
6
só não
gigahertz
licenciado, mas esse
range.
espectro vai ser
So it's not only
compartilhado,
it's
né?
not a license, but it will
Permitindo que
be shared,
dispositivos não licenciados
allowing
de
that
alta potência, que são
high
os access
power
points, Wi-Fi
non-licensed
nesse caso, no
devices, so
Wi-Fi 7,
access
né?
point and Wi-Fi
Operem em
7
bandas que já
access
são
point
ocupadas por
operate
serviços
in bands
licenciados,
that have already been
incumbentes,
occupied by
tá? Por exemplo, no
incumbent
enlaces de
licensed
microonda ponto a ponto,
services. For
enlaces de
example,
satélite,
microwave,
observatórios de
point-to-point
radioastronomia, ou seja, é uma banda
microwave,
que em determinadas
and
porções ela
also
tem ocupação,
they
né?
are
Então, essa é uma
occupied.
tentativa de viabilizar esse uso
So
compartilhado,
this
aumentando a
is
eficiência de uso do espectro.
what we
Inclusive
want is to
porque
improve
várias
the
dessas
efficiency of
aplicações elas são
such spectrum.
localizadas geograficamente
And
e não
we also need
requerem,
to
digamos,
consider that they are
bloqueio do uso
geographically
desse espectro
located, that
em
they do not
todo o
require
espaço de cobertura que
blocking
pode ser
the
relevante para os
entire
provedores.
area of coverage. So we have the point-to-point
O
microwave
que é esse standard
links,
power, né? Eu
satellite
já tinha
links, and others.
antecipado que do ponto de
And
vista do
as I
access
had
point são
mentioned,
36 dBm,
standard power,
bom,
36
isso
dBm
também
for
se
access
traduz
point.
numa
That is
densidade espectral de
also
potência em
translated
nível
into
de
power
IRT
spectral
e para
density,
os clientes 30
as you
dBm.
can
Da
see,
mesma
and for
maneira, existe a
clients,
especificação
30
para que, em função
dBm.
da banda, você calibre
And according
essa
to the
potência,
band, you can
tá? Mas chegando
calibrate
aos
that
máximos de 30 e
power,
36
but
dBm.
reaching up to
Também
30
é
and 36
importante
dBm. It's also very
definir com
important
bastante
to
segurança os níveis de interferência fora de
determine
faixa,
the
justamente para essa
interference out of
coexistência,
band
especialmente
emissions,
nas zonas de
especially when we
fronteira,
think
né,
about
com
coexistence
outros sistemas e
in
mesmo em canais
areas where we
adjacentes na
have
viagem do
other
incumbente. E aí
systems
tem
or
também uma
where you
máscara
have an
espectral ali
incumbent.
de menos
You
27
can
dBm
see
por
here
megahertz para
the
esse cuidado
minus
das
27
emissões
dBm
fora de
per
faixa. Então, com isso,
megahertz
você
for
cerca
out-of-band
as
emissions.
limitações de
With
potência. Vamos
that,
trabalhar
we
agora
then
um mecanismo
addressed
de coexistência
power, and now we
com
need to
esses níveis de
discuss
potência
a
permitidos.
coexistence mechanism.
Uma arquitetura, uma visão geral da arquitetura do
Well,
sistema, e
an
aqui a gente já vai ter uma
overview
ideia de
of
como a
this
coisa
system
funciona, né? O
architecture so
sistema
that you
FC,
understand how it
nós
works.
temos aqui
So the AFC system,
o sistema FC, né? No coração dessa
lies
relação
at the
entre
center
access
of
point,
this
seria um standard
relationship
power device,
between an
e bancos
access
de
point or
dados
the
que
standard
seriam
power device
fornecidos
and
pelo
a
regulador
database
nacional, por
that
exemplo,
would
a
be
Anatel.
provided by
Então, esse
Anatel, the
sistema faz uma espécie
regulatory
de
agency.
orquestração, né,
So the
entre
system
esse
will
dispositivo standard
orchestrate
power,
this
que quer
SPD, standard
transmitir
power
com
device,
36
that
dBm,
wants
por
to
exemplo.
transmit with
Então, ele faz uma requisição
26
via HTTP
dBm.
pedindo,
So there will be a request by
informando nessa
HTTP
requisição seu identificador,
informing the
coordenadas
identifier,
GPS,
GPS
o nível de potência que ele quer
coordinates,
utilizar, as faixas que
level
ele
of
gostaria de utilizar, os
power, the
canais, né?
range, and the
Faz essa
channels
requisição, o
that
sistema, então,
they want to
consulta
use.
bases de
Then the
dados e aplica
system will
modelos
check the
matemáticos
database,
de
and then
propagação
mathematical models
para
will be applied
justamente verificar se naquela
in order to
localidade
check if
quais
at
são os
that
incumbentes, quais são as distâncias
site to check
regulamentares, os
who
níveis
are
de
the
interferência que vão ser
incumbents, what
causados,
are
qual o
the
nível
level of
máximo de potência,
interference
né,
that
que
will
esse
be caused, which will
dispositivo
be
poderia utilizar.
the
Então, eles
maximum
retornam
level
essa
of power
consulta
that
com
this device
as
can reach,
autorizações, digamos assim. Você
and then
pode ou não
this
pode
will
transmitir. Se
the
puder,
database
são
will
esses os
return
canais com tais
with the approval
potências, né?
or not,
E aí
and
o
also
dispositivo Standard Power, então, inicia
determining
a sua
how.
transmissão de uma
And
maneira
then
segura
device
para os
starts
incumbentes. Então, é
transmitting to the
conceito
incumbent. So
baseado
this
em
is a
bases de
concept
dados
based
georreferenciadas, em
on
que estão mapeados esses incumbentes, as suas respectivas
geolocated
localizações, seus
database in
níveis de
which we know
sensibilidade
who the
à interferência,
incumbents
e o
are
sistema,
and
então,
the
orquestra essas
their
informações e de
characteristics.
forma em tempo
So
real,
this
de forma
information
automática,
will be
sem intervenção
orchestrated
humana,
automatically
autoriza os
without
dispositivos Access
the
Point
need of
Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi
human
7 a
interference.
operarem nesse nível de
So
potência
that
superior.
Wi-Fi
Ok?
7 can
Então, em linhas
operate
gerais,
at
é
this
isso.
higher level. In general,
Uma outra figura, se você
this
quiser um
is the
pouco mais lúdica
architecture,
aqui, que nós
and
pegamos
if
da
we
Orcom,
want to also
ah,
portray that in a
basicamente a
different
mesma
way,
coisa, né?
so
Para
basically
o
it says the
cliente,
same
o
thing, but
seu
for the
smartphone
client,
aqui, né?
so here's
Tudo
your
transparente,
smartphone.
né? Tudo
Everything is
transparente. Não muda
transparent.
nada.
Nothing changes.
Smartphones topo de gama atuais
So
já
we
estão
have
equipados com Wi-Fi
the
7. Então, um sistema desse entrando em
newest
operação, certamente notebooks
mobiles
que estão,
that
né, ou
are
laptops,
already
né,
set
que
up
estão
for that,
saindo de
or the
fábrica, os
latest
smartphones topo de gama, é a tendência natural da Wi-Fi
laptops
7
that will be
disseminando,
ready
né,
for
nos
Wi-Fi
equipamentos de
7.
clientes, nos
And
equipamentos de
this will be
usuário
then
e se tornando o padrão.
disseminated
Isso não é da noite para o dia, mas já está
into
acontecendo. Então,
users'
fica tudo
equipment.
transparente e
So
esses usuários,
everything
então,
will
vão
be
poder naturalmente
transparent.
usufruir do benefício dessa maior potência. E é aquela história, se tem maior potência, se
So
você está
if there
perto do access
is
point,
more
você ganha uma
power, if you're
capacidade maior.
closer
Se
to
você
the
está
access
distante do
point,
access point,
you
você tem
increase
cobertura
your
mesmo que reduz a
capacity. And
capacidade. Ou
even
seja,
if you're
de qualquer maneira,
farther,
né, o
you will
usuário
have
ganha
access, but at a reduced
benefício aí,
capacity,
seja de
which
cobertura,
means
seja
that
de taxa, de
you will
throughput.
gain, be it on throughput or on the range.
E como é que o AFC faz essa
And how
mágica,
does
digamos, né? Ele vai
AFC
criar
carry out
uma
this
zona de
magic?
exclusão de propagação
It will
eletromagnética em torno dos
create
incumbentes. Aqui tem
a
exemplo
zone of
de
exclusion around the
sistema
incumbents. So here you can
telepacom de
see the
micro-ondas, né?
point-to-point
Opera numa certa
microwave
frequência em
links
coordenadas
operating at a
específicas. Esse
specific
sistema ele tem normalmente um
coordinates
apontamento
and
de antena
also
bastante preciso.
range.
Então, dentro dessa, vamos dizer assim, dessa elipse que vamos
So
pensar uma
within
elipsoide, né, tridimensional
this
que engloba
three-dimensional
essas duas
ellipsoid
antenas
figure
fixas,
that
o sistema vai
will
ser capaz,
include
então,
these
de criar
two
uma espécie de
fixed
zona de proteção, né,
transmitter,
em que
receiver and
qualquer
transmitter,
transmissão que
we
invada
will
essa
have
elipsoide
any
que
transmission
engloba
that will
esses
go into
transmissores,
this
qualquer transmissão que
ellipsoid shape.
viole
Any
essa
transmission
zona
that
tridimensional de
violates
proteção
this
não será
3D
autorizada.
protection area will
Viole no
not
sentido
be
de causar um nível de
authorized.
interferência que, por exemplo, aumente o ruído percebido
Then we
pelo
have a
sistema de
level of
micro-ondas, além de um
interference that
certo
will increase
patamar.
the noise
Isso é
depending on a
discutido na
certain
regulação, que
level,
nível
and this
tolerável é
is
esse de aumento
discussed
de
in the
interferência,
regulation. What
juntamente,
level of
evidentemente, com os parâmetros
interference
técnicos
is
desses
this,
equipamentos, quão
along with all
sensíveis
of the
eles são.
technical
Tá?
parameters
Mas
and how
fora dessa zona de
sensitive they
exclusão,
are. But
tá?
outside
O sistema irá
this
autorizar,
exclusion zone, the
inclusive
system
calculando a
will
potência máxima,
authorize
que pode chegar aos 36 dB,
and
mas pode
will
ser menos,
calculate
caso
maximum
seja
power
autorizado, porém numa zona já
in case it
protegida
is authorized,
com
but
esses
in an area
incumbentes.
of
Então,
proximity with all of these
bastante,
incumbents.
digamos assim,
The
capaz de
system
extrair o
is
melhor uso
capable
possível do
of
espectro
extracting
em
the
termos de
best use
geoespaciais.
possible of the
Esse é um
spectrum
princípio que nós
in
temos que
geospatial
desenvolver mais.
terms.
Eu entendo
This
como
is a
engenharia de
principle we have to
telecomunicações.
further
O espectro é um
develop.
recurso público, é valioso. Nós
Spectrum
temos uma
is a
série
public
de
and
políticas
valuable public
ligadas à
resource.
inclusão digital,
We have to take into account
ampliar
gender
o
inclusion.
acesso, né? Então, esse é um caso clássico em que a
Access has been
tecnologia está, eu afirmo,
increased.
em um bom grau
And
de
this is
maturidade
where
para
we're
que a gente
at
tenha um
right now.
compartilhamento
And we need
de
maturity
uma
to
banda que
be
já é
able
utilizada
to
em
share
certas regiões
a
por
band
certos
which is
incumbentes,
already
mas
used
não
in certain
impede
regions,
esse
but
reuso espacial seguro
it does
com um sistema
not
automático como
prevent a safe reuse.
basicamente, o AFC vai proteger os incumbentes, como eu falei,
AFC will protect
evidentemente, que
incumbents,
não haja sobreposição de
observing, of
espectro
course,
que aumente
that
a
there's
interferência
no
de forma
overlapping
significativa,
of the
também se
spectrum,
preocupando
and
com a
also
interferência de
keeping in
canais
mind the
adjacentes, né, e aí a
interference
máscara
of
espectral do
adjacent
Wi-Fi, e
channels.
também o próprio sistema AFC tem condições de
And the
fazer cálculos
system
de interferência de
cannot
canal adjacente para
calculate
usar
this
canal vizinho ou uma banda próxima
for
ainda
a
que seja
neighboring
vizinha, digamos assim, à
channel.
banda de incumbente,
There
também
is an
controlando
incumbent band,
eventualmente a interferência fora
and
da
it
banda.
also
Depende muito
controls
também do tipo de incumbente, né? Eu
interference
dei o exemplo dos
outside the
relatos
range.
micro-ondas
It
pontual.
also
Esses
depends
são
on the type
bastante
of incumbent.
favoráveis
I
a
gave you an
serem
example.
passíveis de estudo
These
pelo AFC, porque
are
são
favorable, they
transmissões
can be
recíprocas
evaluated,
coordenadas bem definidas, né?
and we
É
have
possível que o sistema seja bastante
specific
preciso na
coordinates,
proteção desses incumbentes.
and
Mas
it's
isso vale
in the
muito, por exemplo, nós
protection of
temos
these
também
incumbents.
satélites nessa
But
banda
we also
5
have
GHz. Nós temos aqui
satellites in
uma porção inferior, né,
6
da banda
giga.
dos
We
primeiros 500
have the
MHz,
band of the
acima dos
first
6 MHz,
500
nós
above
temos
6,
estações de
but we
uplink
also
satélite,
have
né?
satellite
Mas
stations,
são uplinks de satélites geoestacionários, são
but
satélites
they are
com 36 mil
geostationary.
quilômetros de altura. Então, para esse
And
tipo de incumbente,
for
chegou-se
this
à conclusão que não há
type of
necessidade
incumbent, we came to the
deles a proteção,
conclusion
porque o ponto de
that there's
recepção está no
no
espaço, uma
need
distância
of
muito significativa.
protection because it is in the
Então, aqui
space,
reconhece
out in the
que existem
space,
esses
and
incumbentes,
here we
mas a coexistência é
acknowledge we
natural.
have these incumbents, but
Diferente dos
resistance
enlaces
is
terrestres
only
micro-ondas ponto
natural,
a ponto, onde esse risco de
different
interferência
from
é mais
those end to
evidente. Tem
end
também os
who
enlaces de
are more
downlink.
evident.
Esses seriam, em
We
tese,
also have
muito mais sensíveis
downlink.
na porção
They are
superior da
more
banda, mas
sensitive
até o
in the
momento a
upper
porção
part of the
superior da
band,
banda
but
não
this
está sendo
far,
considerada
the
para
upper
interferência. Eu
band
vou falar
is
mais do
not
espectro, porque era
considered.
mais só para dar
I will
esse
talk a little
foco
bit more
sobre
about
as
spectrum, but
possibilidades
I
de
wanted to give
incumbentes
you an
que
idea
não
about the
precisam de
possibility of
proteção pela
incumbents
sua
who
própria
do not
natureza.
need protection because of their nature.
E o que interessa aos provedores, né? Quais são
And
os
what really
novos casos de uso
matters
que
to
esse tipo
providers,
de
what are the
access point
new types
Wi-Fi
of users
com
that this
potência
access
elevada
point
permite? Bom, aí o céu é o limite,
Wi-Fi
mas eu destaco aqui
enable?
alguns casos
The
de uso
sky's the limit.
clássicos, né?
We
Os
have
grandes
some
estádios onde a
classic
gente tem
cases,
esse
large stadiums,
problemático de
where we have a
qualidade de serviço,
problematic
seja da
history
telefonia
of quality
móvel,
of services,
seja
be
de
it by
soluções proprietárias de
mobile
Wi-Fi,
technology
ambientes
or
empresariais.
Wi-Fi
Aqui eu tenho aí um
proprietaries.
edifício, mas eu
We have a
preferiria
building,
pensar aqui em grandes
but I
feiras
would
e
rather
eventos,
think
né?
about large
Com
fairs
grandes
and events
pavilhões, né?
with
Onde
large
você tem grandes áreas a
pavilions.
cobrir, também uma
We
quantidade
have large areas to
de
cover.
pessoas atendendo muito elevada, também é uma situação desafiante e de custo, às
It's a
vezes,
challenging
proibitivo.
situation,
Ambientes
and
outdoor,
sometimes the
né?
cost is
Nós temos
prohibitive.
aqui no Brasil também
The
uma
outdoor
experiência, pelo menos aqui no
environment here in
Nordeste, ruim
Brazil, we also
de
have one
Wi-Fi outdoor,
experience,
né?
at least
Praças
here in the
públicas, algumas
Northeast.
prefeituras
It is
tomam a
for
iniciativa de
some
oferecer
municipalities take the
um
initiative
serviço
to
gratuito
offer
em praças, em
free
alguns
services free
locais
of
públicos, mas no
charge.
geral a experiência deixa a
And we
desejar.
also have some public
E
locations,
posso
but in
fazer aqui um
general, the
exemplo, nós
experience
enfrentamos
is
na
not as
UFC, de
good.
uma
And
forma
this is
geral, nas
something we
universidades,
see
tem
at
campos muito elevados, é uma
UFC, where
imensa fragmentação
we have a lot of fragmentation of multiple Wi-Fi systems which do not communicate among them, and also because of their nature, there is a unified system, and so the providers can later share more ideas, but I believe that these are very interesting cases to motivate us to continue studying and improving this technology. I'm moving towards the end to some more complicated areas. One of them is spectrum. So is this mature? Mature where in North America we have a regulation process, but we also have authorization which is required and all of the operational requirements for the system to operate properly. We have some of them in pink. We are discussing it, and there is a channel which discusses this. But in terms of standardization, it is right now, it is North America. So we need AFC to operate 6 gigahertz in the United States, and all of the regulating pieces are properly in place for the system to operate. Standardization, I will mention it quickly here. We have standardization, device certification, but what is new here? Software certification of the UFC system. We have one initiative called OpenEye. It is open and can include a but it's open to other collaborators. We have access points that may have their own AFC systems, and that's related to the business model. This is definitely something we're going to discuss here. Depending on the band, the North America has adopted the 6 gigahertz band. It's available for Wi-Fi. It enables different channels, including 320 megahertz. And then in the lower part, AFC is authorized to operate. Europe adopted only the lower range of the band in UFC still. And in the UK, you can see the flag there for the purpose of with discussion. I have included that they are about to adopt AFC as an alternative with some possibilities of even including additionals with a temporal coexistence. And this is something that we could also discuss later on in our panel. But this is the British reporter, and this far they are a bit away from the consensus in the European community. Authorization and licensing. This is my last slide. So the central part, one before last actually, the regulator, Anatel, will authorize the operator, at least this is how it works in AFC, and it authorizes the service. And once it's done, you don't have to authorize outdoor Wi-Fi. And then we escalate the system like that at UFCC. You have UFC services to start testing. You can have public testing, and it's an interesting step. Incumbents can test the system before it starts operating so that we know whether the system is operating properly or not. And then finally, business operation. To wrap up, I would like to say that AFC represents challenges and opportunities. The opportunities are clear, new use cases, business cases, and then the challenges, I will include at least three options: a technological, the importance of having AFC service operating here in Brazil, and the property of an operator here in Brazil, because it has to do with our sovereignty. And then the regulator will evaluate all other aspects so that this is implemented. And then we have a business use. It involves devices, but we also have a sustainable business model so that this operator is economically independent and will attract a robust system so that the providers can choose from. So these are aspects I would like to leave for discussion here. I thank you for your attention. I also thank to IX.br for supporting this project, and also the university's team, UFC's team, for their support and participation. We are available to continue talking about this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. If you want to quickly authorize it.
Bom dia a todas e todos.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by highlighting this panel here. We have representatives from the academia, from the regulating agency, service providers in telecommunications, manufacturers, and providers. In other words, all of the segments required for us to have decisions about new services, new technology, so that it is made available the best way possible. And so, when we talk about the frequency coordination system, we're talking about a spectrum, the radio frequency, and spectrum management is a responsibility of the agency. And whenever we talk about radio electric spectrum, we have low frequencies below 15 kilowatts, and also we have those that are above 30 gig. Services that have the largest number of users are concentrated in two ranges, in one of them between 3 and 30 gigahertz. The management of this spectrum has to do with the definition of parts of the spectrum for specific services that may use this, thus guaranteeing the operation of different services, each and every one of them according to their different characteristics and the service. I will give you an example between the two large services used by part of the world's population. So this has to do with the premises imagined for these parameters. In the case of mobile phones, the two applications are wireless in an area to be covered. In the case of mobile access. We have different bands in rural regions with different devices to be used as well for mobility and for hundreds and thousands of devices. And according to the evolution of this service or this network, other specific needs arose. Initially, these frequencies were below 1 gigahertz, and now we're talking about the intermediate band between 1 and 6. Likewise, these wireless networks aimed at covering a more limited area with an indoor coverage objective. It's not inherent to the service with capacities that evolved. Kilobits to mega and then gigabits. And coverage characteristics, mobility were also dedicated to this Wi-Fi service. And this is adequate to this behavior of the Wi-Fi service. So with the evolution of the two services, what happened was the need to increase capacity, both in mobile and Wi-Fi networks, due to a characteristic of physics. For us to be able to have more transmissions, I need a channel with more bands. For me to have more bands, I have to use higher frequencies. Okay, but there is a limiting aspect as well. The higher the frequency, the lower the range and the coverage. That's why both with mobile communications, this evolution is taking place in the so-called intermediate range, which goes up to 7 megahertz, indicating capacity, but with intermediate coverage between the lower and the higher ranges. That is why there is a lot of interest in these intermediate ranges, because they enable a significant capacity increase, and the coverage capacity is still quite reasonable and much better than the coverage capacity greater than 10 megahertz. In the lower part of the figure, you can see an example of the services that are dedicated to each one of these ranges. We can see different ranges, different services, and so we do not have a free band so that the mobile communications or Wi-Fi can use this expansion in the width of the band of these technologies. And this is why we've talked a lot for mobile networks and for Wi-Fi services of these intermediate bands, which enable us to increase the capacity of this system. More specifically, for the 6 gigahertz range, this was Anatel's definition, following global trends.
We decided to divide that between these two new applications for this range. So 500 megahertz for Wi-Fi and 700 in the upper portion for mobile phones. But let me remind you that we do have some other services using these bands or this range. In order to then protect the existing services, we have a new AFC system that will allow Wi-Fi networks to operate within the same band, especially radio links, just as presented by my colleague earlier. That will be, and that should be protected. Because of the mobile network. You need to offer 360-degree coverage, and with millions of devices, you cannot use AFC in order to protect the radio links for mobile. And because of that characteristics, there is no means to share. And that's different when we talk about Wi-Fi because we have fixed Wi-Fi access points. So we are then able to protect other services using the same band. This is a map I've already learned from Professor Rodrigo. So how countries are using the 6 gigahertz band. So you can see here our neighboring countries that are using it entirely from non-licensed services, mainly Wi-Fi, whereas Brazil, Mexico, Australia, Japan, we decided to divide the band between Wi-Fi and mobile systems. But the new generation mobile systems, the 6G mobile phones, these are some of the protocols. So besides improving, also providing multi-access, you can see that we have broadened the range, so increasing capacity. So we have Wi-Fi 4, 5, Wi-Fi 6, and Wi-Fi 6E. The 6E is Wi-Fi 6, but in the 6 gigahertz band. So we have Wi-Fi 6 and some other also ranges. Wi-Fi 6E up to channels of up to 160 megahertz. And now Wi-Fi 7 working with channels up to 320 megahertz. And for 320 megahertz, we only have the 6 gigahertz band, but the protocol also foresees what we call multi-carrier aggregation, which allows you to work with several ranges simultaneously. So by dividing the 6 gigahertz band, which is called the mid-band, will allow us to improve the mobile systems with up to 6G. And then we're talking about also increasing megahertz and also improving Wi-Fi networks with a capacity with dozens of megahertz, and also providing adjacent ranges. Because the networks also need to evolve simultaneously or in parallel because they really depend on each other. One in providing external coverage and the other one for internal coverage. So if I increase my outdoor connectivity, of course, once you go indoors, you also want to have a good connectivity. And that's why, more recently, we're talking about these characteristics and how to relate the two systems, because they do supplement each other when you think about how users use it. So when they go from one type of service to the other. From the regulatory standpoint, how has the Brazilian regulatory agency, Anatel, How does it determine the use of this spectrum? Not only based on our destination document, in which we determine which services can be used and in which frequency range. This is the basic information, but we also provide some operating characteristics. So here in this document 14.448, which addresses restricted radiation. So out of every single system, everything has been established by this, and also other services regarding restricted radiation. So in this document, in this regulatory document, we have determined this frequency for wireless systems. And Wi-Fi is just one of the technologies included. And here are some numbers which will be protected by these new systems that are to be developed. So AFC systems. And when we talk about 500 megahertz, today we have 5,000 stations. And 80% of them are SLP or private limited services. But we also have many radio links, and they are part of this category. We also have terrestrial stations, so which are, we can see 616 terrestrial stations, and also multimedia communication system radio links, 261. And this is spread out into the entire territory. And in the state of Minas Gerais, we have the highest number of stations in this band, 966, and in the state of Roraima, only 2. But I like to highlight how they are spread out throughout the country. And a relevant number of stations, as you can see. So today, since 2021, what has been determined for Wi-Fi in this band? So, indoor low power, and also for very low power outdoor, very low power, and also for this low power client, it can be indoors and outdoors. And when it's indoor, should be connected to electric energy, should not use batteries, and also the antenna should be coupled, and there is no protection against the weather issues in order to ensure exclusive indoor use. With the need of having the indoor use in order to protect microwave link, we developed a system called AFC. So which are the steps that need to be taken? First of all, we need to change the current document, the regulatory act, in order to also have to increase the standard power, also the outdoor use with AFC systems for this band, so that we can then determine the standard power, and the use of AFC systems. And we also need another regulatory act that will establish the requirements of such new AFC systems, so that the interested parties in developing AFC systems can develop their products, and we as a regulatory agency, we will then certify that solution, stating that it meets the requirements. Just as shown by my colleague, this is the architecture. So I'd like to highlight the fact that the AFC system is a software that works as a calculator. So from time to time, it will check the database of the incumbent service, and that is from Anatel. So it will check that database, and it will also be in contact with access points in the standard power. The access point, which is developed by a manufacturer, not necessarily the same developer of the AFC. So this manufacturer will inform the AFC system, which will give the AFC the georeference coordinates. And I'd like to stress the fact that it's a 3D. It's not only a matter of latitude and longitude, but we also need to know the height of that antenna, because we need to protect the microwave links. And the height of the antenna is very important. So AFC is a calculator that, based on the information given by the existing microwave links and also with the georeference, AFC system will then calculate which channels and the power that that access point can operate. After having calculated, then the AFC will tell the access points in which range they can operate. So the AFC is what's new. Access point is a physical device. So we have a higher power and this communication with the AFC system, which is not available today. We don't have this communication between access points and the AFC system. So which are the next steps so that we can have AFC system operating here in Brazil? So we need to update the current regulatory act, so for outdoor use. And when talking about the AFC requirements, and here in this panel we have the different stakeholders, and we need to together determine how this geolocation, the 3D geolocation, will be then informed to AFC. The frequency that will be used for sending information, because the AFC will be always in contact with the access point and also in contact with the Anatel database. So whenever we have a new microwave link being enabled, because the AFC systems will always check Anatel's database, this new microwave link will be identified and AFC system will then run the calculations. So for access points, it's a matter of determining the requirements for 3D geolocation and the height of antennas. For the AFC system itself, for the calculator, the software, as I mentioned, we need to determine how the Anatel database will be checked, probably via an API. So we will then determine the fields and what pieces of information are necessary also determine how often that will be checked. And just to remind you, there are many systems. We can have many AFC systems. This is new to Anatel. So what we have so far is a consultation to our database, but they happen offline. They do not determine the operation of a specific network, but that will be this now will be very important for the operation of this network. And that's why we are here. So we also need to determine the propagation model, protection criteria. So it's important that the AFC system and the solutions that we will implement, they are specific when we talk about the band and also the service that needs to be protected. So when we talk about the propagation model, if we need to also protect satellite-based systems, it will take some also propagation models and protection models. If we're protecting microwave links, we need to determine different criteria. So the calculator will vary depending on the service that's being protected. And besides the AFC technical issues, it's also important that this new regulatory act determines, for example, how a AFC service provider that the company presents that to the agency that we check if it meets the requirements, and then we will certify that it is an AFC service provider, and then we will have to share that information from that point on. And here we have two representatives of companies. I can have, for example, a manufacturer that decides to choose an AFC provider and that has a built-in equipment, or another company that wants to decide which equipment they're going to use. So besides the technicalities, we also need to think about the mechanism on how they will present themselves for certification. And it will be the first time that we will have a system outside the network that will access both Anatel as well as the network equipment with direct impact on the operation of the network itself. This is what I had to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sidney. I believe that your presentation really matched the first presentation. You addressed regulation. That's extremely important. So, Max from Qualcomm, can you share point of view of a manufacturer and how this is being handled in other countries? Good morning, Gilberto and my panel colleagues. I'd like to thank Moreiras for the invitation, for giving me the opportunity to be here with you. I am Maximiliano Martinhão. For many years, I worked for the government, and now more recently, I joined Qualcomm. Who have heard of Qualcomm? Please raise your hand. Good, great. For those of you who never heard about Qualcomm, do you have a cell phone? Do you have a mobile phone? So in your cell phone, there is a Qualcomm technology. That's what I can tell you. Qualcomm is a great technology development, and throughout history, it has always developed technologies for the mobile devices. But we can also talk about Wi-Fi because we are also leader when it comes to Wi-Fi technologies. So after my disclaimer, I'd like to also thank and greet my colleagues from Nixon, Newton, former advisor Flávia Lefebvre, and all of you present in this panel. My question to you providers is the following. Wouldn't you like to have a broader spectrum so that you can provide your services, so to have more band, more to improve the quality of services, to provide new services? I believe you'd like that, right? All of you. I believe you'd like to increase the number of channels so that you could increase the number of services to your customers. But we're talking about a scarce resource, which is a radio frequency spectrum. And Sydney did not mention it, but it's important that you know that the use of radio here in Brazil, there are frequencies that are used as a primary use, so with no protection, or secondaries with no protection, and the primary actually with the right to be protected. When it comes to Wi-Fi, when you think about how convenient Wi-Fi is, you don't need to ask for a license at Anatel. You can use a licensed Wi-Fi, you can install it and use it. So everything comes from the fact that it's used as a secondary and no requirement of protection. On the other hand, you have those primary use, such as cell phones. So in order to have access, that company had to participate in an Anatel auction.
And with that, they obtained the right to do it and to have the right to protection. And if anybody interferes with that service, you can complain not to Sydney, but to the area which is responsible for the monitoring for compliance at Anatel, and they will do whatever is required to do for this situation. In the specific case of 6 gigahertz, we had a presentation saying that we have over 5,000 biddings operating primary mode. So somebody can activate one Wi-Fi and put down anything that is associated to it. It could be fixed mobile communications link or anything to support internet providers or a satellite link. And then I will tell you that 20 years ago, I used to work for Anatel. I was responsible for the spectrum area at Anatel. And 20 years ago, we started using a non-licensed spectrum. At the time, it wasn't Wi-Fi 4, 5, 6, 7. And then that's what it was like. But in the new regulation mentioned by him, Anatel enabled us to use non-licensed documents, and the internet market started developing itself. Users started using Wi-Fi to provide services to the population. And this provider expansion started causing interference. At the time, there was intense debate about canceling Wi-Fi. to work with incumbents. And then, at the end of the day, this was not Anatel's decision. And what happened was we had to find a new range for incumbent services. At that time, the use of radio frequency in Brazil, today the use of spectrum in Brazil is very intense. And we need to consider strategies to deal with this. And then, have you understood what AFC is like? And I will try to illustrate it for you. At home, my son is studying to get into the university at a public university, which is very hard to get into. And I heard that people from Fortaleza always pass this exam, so maybe I will have him studying here with you. Anyway, he studies 15 hours a day to be able to pass this examination. And he is an incumbent service. Then I have another son. He's younger. And my younger son is more of the athlete type. He likes to watch anything that has to do with football, sports, and he tells me, Dad, I want to watch TV in my room. His room is right by his brother's room who is studying, and he likes to watch TV with the sound loud. So if he turns the TV on, what will happen? It will interfere with my son who is trying to study to pass the university examination. And the AFC system works like the dad. Dad, can I watch TV? And I tell him, no, your brother is studying. You cannot do it in your bedroom because he's studying right now. But you can go play ball in the backyard so that you will not be on your brother's way. So do you want to watch it somewhere else? You can do it. But or else you can go play ball in the backyard. So this is what we're talking about. A mechanism where we can respect others around us. This mechanism, Gilberto, is already being implemented. And it's funny because I prepared a presentation, okay? And now I am speaking it in an improvised manner because my presentation was very similar to the previous ones. So I decided to change it. So this mechanism, which enables us to respect others living around us, has been implemented in Canada, Saudi Arabia, and it is being discussed, as Sydney demonstrated, in Colombia. It is also being discussed, as he mentioned, in the UK. This is what we're talking about, okay? The mechanism which enables Wi-Fi technology to use the spectrum of 6 gigahertz without interfering with those who were using the range. But to do this, we need a database. This database will have all of the information available on the different stations that are being used in this range. The Wi-Fi, let's suppose it was in this room here. The Wi-Fi will consult the database. The database will receive the Wi-Fi location. It will correlate the information obtained by the Wi-Fi here in this room with all of the links we have in the region, with the topography of the region, and then it will say the following. In this region you're at right now, in this room, you can use this range, and then you can use it with a specific power, and with this information in hand, this room's Wi-Fi will use the 6 gigahertz range without interfering with services. So this is what we're talking about, a possibility which will expand the ability of providers to have access to frequency ranges. In the case of Brazil, within the 500 megahertz, we have 1200. Anatel decided that we will have 500 for Wi-Fi and 700 for the future implementation of 6G here in Brazil. And to conclude my presentation here, Gilberto, Alco was the first company worldwide to have an AFC system authorized and in use. This first operation in the world was an application that took by Qualcomm, and it happened in Canada. Qualcomm has a lot of experience with this activity, and we're following what Anatel is doing with a lot of interest because it opens a very interesting possibility for providers protecting those services. And one last aspect which is relevant is that we should have a good idea of what we're talking about. So it is a condition for those who want to use 6 gigahertz outdoor and in the higher power range. If I am to use it in my home, I will use traditional Wi-Fi because the power is lower. I'm wearing this shirt because 10 years ago, I came to this hotel for another event, and two things that I consider to be very relevant are the following. The hotel still had my data from 10 years ago. Look at this. LGPD. 10 years ago, and they had my information. The shirt states the following: Fortaleza Connect Brazil. And in the event I was here for, I was participating in the launch, in the cable launch. The cable was going to Europe, and then we had two others going to Africa. Well, anyway, this is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ok. Paraz, então, dê a posição aí das associações.
So, what is the position of the different associations and the use of UFC here in Brazil? Well, thank you, Gilberto. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation once again to participate in the IX Forum. It's always a huge pleasure to exchange experience with the technical community present here. I am from Abranet. I was a CGI counselor. I also work with Nick. I've been with the provider market since, well, I better not say it, but anyway, 95. So I've been around from the very beginning. The discussion we're having right now is very important, and I'm very enthusiastic. And so I thought that Sydney's words were very promising. It's good to see that the agency is carrying out the changes we need to have access to UFC. And actually, in technical terms, is UFC1, the software-defined network. This is what we'll have to do with these ranges. And of course, we wanted to have the 1.2 giga for the 6 range, but I believe that with the 500 we already have, we'll be able to do a lot of things. And I think that the providers here today have a lot of interest in expanding their services. This is key. And this technology will enable us to have outdoor coverage with more quality and power. So, in fact, I see that it is very important that we do this. And the professor also mentioned that the indoor issue has already been defined. It's okay. We have different pieces of equipment already licensed. And I think that now we have to give this step forward, regulating this market. We know there are challenges involved. Here in Brazil, we have mobile equipment and some old equipment which will not have this type of usability because they're still using 2.4, 4 or 5, but we still have a lot of 2.4 around. This technological update of the devices is in fact required so that people have access to these new technologies. But I see, for example, in Abranet, when I talk to the providers, that there is a lot of anxiety to be able to use this outdoor for some applications that we understand to be very important. You mentioned events, Professor, especially outdoor events, not in rooms. It is a challenge. Have you ever attended a show or gone to a stadium to see your football team, and then you try to use your mobile and you get desperate, especially if you depend, if your team, which is playing right there and then depends on results of another game. So we do have opportunities that are very interesting. And then we talk a lot about cabled cameras or with fibers for monitoring. So this is, it's difficult to cable everything. You need to be able to use Wi-Fi and to have a different way of access. Companies don't want to cable anything anymore. They want to give a computer to their employee, and they want him or her to be able to go wherever they want and be connected. We also had a significant evolution in mobile connectivity with the 2G and so on and so forth, but Wi-Fi is really an important complement for the mobile network, and it can accelerate applications. So for the providers, first of all, I'm very happy with Anatel's comments, and we hope that in the near future, Anatel will publish them, and we have Qualcomm and other initiatives of including AFC. It's important to be able to leave this open for other UFC operators to provide their services. We know that a lot of people will have AP in this technology, and if the opportunity is open for the AP buyer to communicate with UFC, this is great. And of course, using the opportunities already available in the market is even more so. Finally, I think that what we have to analyze, and we talk to our associates about all of these opportunities that might be explored against this. I remember that in the initial discussion, and based on a consultation by Anatel a long time ago on the use of Wi-Fi, one of the things they mentioned was the expansion of access in more remote regions with little density and no opportunities to use fibers. Here in Brazil, we know how it works. 3 blocks that way, 3 blocks this way. There's no more concentration in the city. And for example, a provider in that region has solved his problem. But if they have to move further in the country, it will be economically not feasible to have fibers in a very small town, and the amount of ports or the network that must be developed becomes very expensive. And then they need links end to end to make the signal reach from one end to the other, and also have capillarity with outdoor Wi-Fi, with good quality and good band availability. So these are applications that we understand or we believe will be successful, and we hope that we will quickly be able to use it. And as a reminder, Luis, who is here, had a study case with Anatel in the downtown area in São Paulo using this, testing it and testing UFC at the time. We also have cases of indoor with a Wi-Fi in stores with large white line providers. I don't want to mention names here.
We also carried out some tests at the airport using Wi-Fi 7 for some period of time with a capacity of 10 giga. It was very interesting. That was done indoor. So I believe that we will see an increased use of this technology, and Brazilians love to buy a new mobile phone. And I think we can really start to think out of the box on how we're going to use it outdoor so that we can provide good quality access. Thank you very much for your contribution. It's true that the application of outdoor Wi-Fi in Brazil would play a very important role, and it's important that it's regulated so that it can be made available to providers so that they can also come up with solutions. Professor Cavalcanti, can you please give us an idea about the distance? When you talk about the urban centers to rural areas, so what kind of distance are we talking about?
Então, a distância de alcance, né, de um sinal de rádio,
a radio signal in that power will depend on some parameters. The height of the antennas, for example, the density number of buildings, whether there is obstruction or not in Fresno's zone. So there are multiple factors. So if you think about extreme scenarios, so let's think about the Paulista Avenue in the city of São Paulo against a rural area here in the state of Ceará. If you apply the parameters and if you use a free space model, a more favorable scenario, or if you consider, for example, the block of signal in urban centers, and we could have done many disclaimers. So in the urban area with such access point, with 1 kilometer, that would be the reach. And in the most favorable area, 10 kilometers. We're talking about the 6 gigahertz band. But of course, this is just to give an idea. And that already represents a gain And if we do that, we would also provide these services in rural areas. With one access point, you would be able to do that, and also bound to be used by those populations. So you have a technology solution, but you also promote a favorable business environment. Thank you very much. I think that that's very important when you think about the potential applications. Max, when we think about Qualcomm products, does it include AFC or not?
Sistema AFC à parte, o sistema de base de dados AFC à
Or
parte.
do Qualcomm products consider a separate AFC database? Just to clarify, at the very beginning, I mentioned that Qualcomm is a technology developer. And then we share that technology to providers that will then present the products for consumers. Considering what we have already developed, we developed an AFC platform. And the Qualcomm products, they will then check against that platform in order to promote that coexistence between incumbent stations and new Wi-Fi stations. So it's an open model. So the AFC platform may be from a different organization, and then Anatel suggests that all AFC checks against that database, or, as you mentioned, could be to check against multiple bases. When it comes to the database, it's important to say that, and I'm sure Anatel is examining that, the quality of information. This system should be efficacious and effective. So when I checked it, it should be updated. So I am running, I'm checking now. The system must be updated. So it should be updated, it should be protected in order to avoid any security risk. Because the database will be checked at Anatel. You just check, and then you have that database, but the holder of that database needs to make sure that it's a trustworthy database. So it should be a dynamic system, it should be protected, and there should be standards. Because if you have multiple databases, every database and every intelligence coming from them should be the same. What I'm trying to say is, and Professor Cavalcanti mentioned that, so when I check against the database, we will have a prediction model using the current ones available. But if we use something else, that's not going to work. And that's why we need a standardized system. These are the requirements that as a company, we have seen it's a dynamic system, it's automated. There is a criteria for protecting against interference, but it should be standardized. And what is Anatel's standpoint regarding AFC database? What's the idea? Is it to have an open protocol? So, what's Anatel's view on that? What's your take on that as Anatel? Well, these specifications will generate a new regulatory act. The information required for protecting microwave links is already available at Anatel. We don't have just that procedure for frequent consultations. So the information is already available. Now we need to discuss how this exchange of information will take place between the AFC and Anatel's database. And it's important that in this new regulatory document that we determine how this will be done, the requirements, and although we do have the database, because we're talking about protecting only stations that operate within that band, so it's a subset of our database. When you think about volume, it's not much. As for processing, that will be required for geometrical calculation of the area to be protected. So we're talking about 5,000 links in Brazil. And it's not every day that a new link will emerge. So when you think about how often the access point will check against the AFC, needs to be determined, but it's not going to be at every minute. These are details that need to be discussed. And we usually carry out a public consultation in order to give voice to different stakeholders, and eventually we publish the regulatory document after having heard different stakeholders. So this is something new, and from now on, the network will have its operating characteristics that will depend on the information coming from the regulatory agency, also from the consultations. But when it comes to validating the AFC developers, it goes through developers presenting to the regulatory agency, just as it happened in the US, and then to try them not only in simulation, but also in actual use, in order to determine that they do meet the requirements. And just after that, they will be made available. Okay, so we have 6 minutes. So let's open for questions from the audience. Can ask your questions even if you're online. Okay, Basílio, go ahead. My question is to Max. It's about the manufacturer's standpoint. In the US, there are 6 or 7 authorized AFCs. How does that work at the manufacturer level? Do they use just one AFC available, or are there different equipment manufacturers using as many AFCs as possible? Because that makes a difference when you talk about system usability. So let's say that Anatel uses a single AFC, and you may not have manufacturers for that specific AFC. Thank you, Basílio. Great to see you. I believe that Professor Cavalcanti talked about that. In the US, 7 databases have been approved, 1 per manufacturer. This is the model that they are using in the US. But here in Brazil, just as Sydney mentioned, we are still we will still develop our model. So it could be a centralized database for some technical or operating issue, or we could just follow the US model with multiple platforms. Well, we did receive some questions from YouTube, some questions. Let's see how many of those can be answered. Jose Carlos, don't you think that developing Brazilian standard with a lower band wouldn't that hamper the adoption of new standard and wouldn't then lead them to use Wi-Fi 6? Second question, is Brazil infrastructure ready to support 5G? And a question to Anatel. Aren't we actually not making the best use of spectrum considering all applications? Should we then reduce non-licensed use of 6 giga considering that if we don't check if everything is being already used? What's the difference between subdividing that range for Wi-Fi and mobile and only for mobile? Considering the current infrastructure in Brazil, is it ready to enable large 5G applications and also considering low latency? From Alberto Jorge, when Brazil adopts the 6G that is already being developed by software companies, another company, shouldn't equipment talk to each other rather than having a database in order to know if they can use that frequency, i.e., so telecom companies having priority on top of that? And what about AFC? How is that granted? Is it online? But Wi-Fi 7 without access can pollute the network as a whole. Well, we'll have to discuss the entire afternoon to answer every single question. There would be no lunch break. Well, but we were given 14 minutes now to discuss. So, Sydney, Anatel was mentioned several times. So there were some questions about mobile networks. 5G, it's being implemented at a velocity that is higher than what we had committed to. So there are more 5G stations. We believe that the reach of this new mobile technology that we are doing well. There are some infrastructure challenges, it's true. We need to take that to areas that are far from city centers. We do have some bottlenecks regarding, for example, transmission using optic fiber. But we are doing better than what we had expected and committed to. And this was the 5G was the first one in which we committed to providing that to 5,570 municipalities. So that was the first call for bids. Somebody asked about 6G. There is no technology developer that has developed a 6G technology because this is still being discussed at ITU. And besides this discussion about new technologies, new frequency ranges for the 6G is also being discussed. So we already have the requirements for the 6G network that has already been discussed at ITU. And developers are now going to present this technology to the ITU. And if approved, we will have this technology made available. Then this technology will go to the market. Now, for Wi-Fi, with regards to subdividing the band, there was no global harmonization, but we see the harmonization of two groups. So today, these definitions in Brazil is not only a matter of technology and technicalities, but also it's related to the geopolitical scenario. And we believe that both for Wi-Fi and mobile networks. Oh, I'm sorry, I drew a blank. What were the questions? I'm sorry, I forgot. I think you have answered them.
Then we can answer in writing and forward it. But I wanted to share some information, public information. I'm not sure we're all familiar with it, but 6G, we anticipated it, that it would be available in 2030. This is the scenario the world had been working with. But what happens is that more recently, the president of the United States of America launched a challenge for the industry focusing on the U.S. market, because in 28, the U.S. market will host the Olympic Games. And so the president of the United States launched a challenge saying that they wanted to have 6G available for the Olympic Games. This is a decision.
Ele passou acelerado por causa dessa decisão.
And it was the whole process was accelerated because of political discussion, and this will have impact everywhere, including to Brazil.
Uma implantação de sistema.
And for the implementation of mobile systems like this takes time. And then we have a spectrum reserve, which should take into account what is going on in the world. There is a discussion, and if you look at the map, a world map, that taking the U.S. out, Saudi Arabia, and South American countries, as demonstrated in the previous presentations. If we include Europe and Asia, they tend to do this. And then Europe did the following. From 505 and 900, they left some 660 as contingency. And then this part in the middle here was more or less as a wild card. And why a wild card? Because they're having a discussion on radio communications by the International Telecommunications Organization, and this will take place in 2027. And they discuss identifying a little bit more spectrum for the 7 gigahertz range. And from 7.1 to 8.4. And the idea was the following. If at the conference there is only one global identification of mobile spectrum in the range of 7 gigahertz, then this has to do with what is enabled for Wi-Fi. So there is this ongoing discussion, but within the planning, what most countries have done is actually this, between 500 and 700 for mobile. We're talking about carriers with at least 200 megawatts. Here in Brazil, we have mobile ones, but then we have a phenomenon
do mercado de provedores,
in the provider markets,
operadoras regionais que surgiu no
with
mercado
regional
eram
operators,
provedores que cresceram até abrir a possibilidade corretamente de ter uma operadora
Anatel
de
had
modo regional.
the possibility of
Temos aqui
having a
VisaNet,
regional
né?
mode, so you
Porque
can see VisaNet and
Unifique, todas as operadoras, né?
Unific and
Que
all
Liga,
others.
foram para se tornar o provedor se cresceu e entrou no mercado móvel
And
também.
the
Aí nesse caso
provider
seria
increased,
através da
started
Vivo, 100
working
MHz
in
internet,
the
né?
mobile
Só
market as
para
well.
agregar essa parte aí
I just
regional
wanted to
móvel.
add this comment here. Well, thank you very much. We have 5 more minutes. Do you have any other questions? One more. Well, I am from the municipality in Fortaleza. According to my understanding, the access point and the non-controller will be available at a certain location, and it will only be functional when they communicate with the system. And so they will have to have internet access wherever they are. And what are the safety or security, I'm sorry, mechanisms that we should use between the two systems? I saw in one of the screens that it was ATP, but I wanted to know what is the security mechanism for this situation, since we discussed ANPT, ANTS security as well.
Parte mais técnica aqui.
Well, this is a more technical part. Well, Gilberto is the security specialist here. But in the studies that we are carrying out, we've seen that it would be HTTPS. And the idea was that the communication standard between the device and the AFC are two standardized messages about the HTTPS protocol.
No estudo que a gente está fazendo lá sobre o TV White Space,
in the study we are carrying out, one thing that came out is censoring. The information are at the database, but sometimes we have a pirate or something like that, which helps. But could you comment about it, about AFC and whether it is required? And well, it's not anticipated in the standard system, but at the university and in the discussions we've had with Nick, we have indicated that, first of all, it's only natural that they have access in the band, and this is something that the access points will use for the channels, and it is native of the Wi-Fi system, but it's local for the access point. And then we have the opportunity to have a federated censorship where these measurements of energy, and this is a matter for discussion, and whether it's interesting or not, and whether it should be included with some kind of incentives for these systems to be able to receive this feedback so that we have some type of cooperation among the systems, because there are two things that we can do. The possibility of having some censoring, and it must be a little bit more sophisticated than we usually do, with a physical layer that measures energy. And this could be reported, and it's interesting for the regulator. It's something that shouldn't be there, but also with this data, we can have a different type of feedback and improve our models. This is another possibility. But there are different interesting implications, and technically speaking, we can clarify that, and therefore, this is a perspective that it could be expanded. It would be an innovation that we could share this without having any impact with what is already being adopted. And so we would add one additional layer, which would be beneficial. Well, I only wanted to add that in this specific case of AFC, we're talking about protecting. And in this case, if we have a consultation to Anatel's base, and this is not going to show, and eventually the system or that access point will operate at a different channel, which is not recorded and is operating illegally. In most cases, the system suffers the influence because the transmission of the outdoor access is very specific, whereas the signature is directional. And then the radio link, then the other way around. So they will suffer with this, but then we open a possibility which depends a lot on the service you are protecting and the radio diffusion rate, and the analysis is different from the one we use for radio link protection. But even today, without this, as any other situation of interference in Brazilian communications, only if somebody makes a complaint or a claim. Well, Julio, this is the last question. And this is something that wasn't clear to me. I'm not very familiar with AFC. This is new to me. But this issue of having different control systems, I would like to know if there is a predefined protocol in the discussion between the access point and the management system with the use of different ranges. Otherwise, the equipment will have to be authorized and there will not be a possibility for any changes. So this is what is not really clear to me. Are there different systems? But if the protocol is standardized, then this is cool. Okay, I would just like to clarify that. In the TWS system, we have a standard protocol, TOLS. It has one AFC, and in the case of AFC, there is no standardized protocol. But as I mentioned, they will be dealt based on the HTTPS protocol. This is still to be defined. So Anatel's Requirement Act will not be included here. That depends on the market. And what we know, and it happened in the US, is that the developers of the solution of the EFC system talked among themselves so that we could have access to these interfaces in the AFC system, the regulator database with different communications being segmented. And there's another issue. If any developers in 3 years' time no longer want those services and they are disconnected, so there must be an exchange in the database of the access points that that system dealt with, so that it could be moved on to another service. And we are discussing and trying to standardize that. But the requirements and Anatel, as a regulator, defines it for the system, will not be included, just as it is not included in the radio link. And so these are details. While I have a very quick complementation, there are two roles here, one played by the industry, and in the case of the US, there was a standardization by Wi-Fi. And if you check Wi-Fi Alliance, it will enable what you just mentioned, having different databases for the whole system. But this is the role of the industry. And then we have the regulatory role, which includes the requirements, so that from the point of view of the regulator, the industry is in agreement with the needs that are considered important. In the case of the US, we had FCC, and here in Brazil, we have Anatel. Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think that our time is up. Would anybody like to add anything? Can we wrap up? Well, I just wanted to reinforce the opportunity for the implementation of AFC Wi-Fi 7 for more remote regions with less density. This is an opportunity, and as soon as Anatel authorizes the required changes, we can start using them, even though there is a possibility for those who wish to make a test to ask for a provisional authorization and start a study case, because we imagine that we will need less APs for reasonable coverage of 2 or 3 kilometers, and that will make the economic feasibility of the process easier. So instead of going there and using fibers, they could use a Wi-Fi 7 there for that region. That's all. Well, regarding tests, the tests, as I mentioned in my presentation, to be able to test an AFC solution, we will have to talk to Anatel, because we will have to access the database. It's not only using one authorization and connecting it. There's nothing different from what we anticipate. And the other thing is that we expect that in the upcoming months, we will be able to publish the public consultation. And if that happens in the upcoming months, we would still have the requirements for the UFC system with these rules in place. Developers, perhaps, they could adjust. Very good. Rodrigo, thank you very much. Sydney, Martin, thank you all very much. I think that this panel was very interesting indeed, and I thank you very much. É.
Bom, pessoal, agora a gente vai para o almoço, a gente retorna às 14h30. Não esqueçam de pegar um voucherzinho aí na saída para almoçar, tá bom?